Finally. It finally let me in. All right. That was the longest 5 minutes ever. That was the longest 5 minutes ever. I had to restart my stream about 4 times. I don't know what happened. You're still here. Hi, Rhonda. I don't know. It wasn't letting me in. I got a message saying streaming was not available at this time, so I imagine they rebooted their server or something. Welcome back. Hi, Chris. Hi, Rhonda. Thank you guys. Yeah, something was going on. Well, I got all the things that I needed in the meantime. Hi, Mary, too. Boy, I'll tell you, I had to restart a couple times. I rebooted just to make sure it wasn't me, I rebooted my computer. Because sometimes my computer, when it goes for like 5 hours like that, gets, a little tired. And I rebooted that. And that still didn't do it. But then when I got that message saying that YouTube streaming wasn't available, I'm going, they're messing with something. They probably rebooted their server. I didn't get coffee, but I got me some tea. I got me some iced tea. I had to make sure that our Christmas tree lights are still on, so we don't have them on a timer. My brother has a timer, but I usually turn them off anyway, but they were still on, so I had to make sure all the lights were off and all the doors were locked. But most of my time was trying to get on. Okay, you missed? They looked amazing. I need to try it. Oh, Chris, you're the one who does all those little troll with the buffer, Mr. Buffer. Hi, Arlene. If you guys follow Chris C on Instagram, you're the one who makes all the troll dolls, aren't you, Chris? Hi, Nettie. Welcome back. Thank you for coming back in. I had a lot of trouble getting on, Nettie. That was the longest 5 minutes ever because it just spins. And once it's, it says going live and you sit there and wait 3 or 4 minutes and you go, it's not going to go live. Chris, are you the one who makes the little? Yeah, that's you. Is your Instagram the same as your ID here? You're the one who does all those beautiful little troll dolls. I follow you on Instagram and I'm going, oh, these are so darling. Aunt Beck would love you. Josie, I keep calling you Nettie. I am so sorry, Josie. I keep calling you Nettie. I am so sorry. I have so many names spinning through my head and I just went through a half an hour trying to get onto YouTube, so I'm not talking right here. I might have missed it. Did you name a Mr. Buffer Street? Yes, I did. We called it, I have it here. We called it, we got Gnome Street, Emerald Enchanted, we got Bandit Boulevard, Cranky, It's in here. I know I wrote it down someplace. Eraser Alley, Stamp Street, Bandit. Well, I got Buffer Me Not, but I thought I had a Decorative Border, Painting Avenue, Stamp Street, Joker Court, Faber's Roost, Glitter, Shabby Lane Drain, Drive, Buffer Me Not, Pigpen Drive, Bookworms. Buffett, like Warren Buffett. Buffer, that's an R. Buffer. I write pretty fast. Buffer Street. And Buffy Blowout Street. And Buffer Me Not. Those were the 3 ones. And then I have a gap in there. But YouTube has been doing weird things lately. like when I start streaming, I don't know if it'll do it on this stream because I've been streaming quite a bit. But when I first start streaming in the morning, my streams will be really jumpy and it will skip words. It's like they're trying, like it buffers, and then they try to make the words match what, and it drives me crazy. It's not all right. So what I'm going to do here is I get this mixed media pad, Canson Mixed Media 7x10 pad, and I've been tearing sheets out here, and I've been leaving, they're perforated, and I really like that. And I'm going to leave this book bound, and I think after, on my other one too, I've got another one, but I grabbed this one, so this is the one I'm going to use. I'm thinking that I can come back, and between these two, I can put like a magazine page that I don't want to tear up, that I want both sides. And I'm thinking that I can make me a quick little magazine art journal out of, like sometimes in those magazines you see inspiration pages or beautiful pages that you just don't want to cut up yet on both sides. And I'm thinking that I'm just going to glue here and put that page in there, trim it to fit, and smash it together. And why not? 1, 2, 3. I need 8. 4. 5. Your Instagram is Littles by Chris. Yes, Littles by Chris. 6. Anybody who's watching this, maybe watching the replay, if you like trolls or even gnomes, they could go for gnomes too, couldn't they? I'm not that good with the trolls and gnome folklore. I'm kind of out of frame here. Let me move my camera down a little. Aunt Beck likes gnomes. Yours are so cute out there. You do a really good job with those. I watch you all the time. You may not know that, but I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 32 days folded up. I'll fold them in half first. Really, it does not take a long time to make these journals. I'm going to paint on them, but I'm going to go ahead and do the signatures. 1. I want to get these done because I want to give them away on Tuesday morning. 2. And I was not going to do a marathon, but now you guys have given me my second wind. 3, and this paper's giving me trouble here. Let me put it underneath of my pad here, like that. 3 and 4. So I put 4 pages to a signature, and they stick out a little, but I'm going to decal the edges, which means I'm going to tear them. And we're going to have torn edges. We'll do that in a minute. But there's only 2 signatures. That's why I only need like not even a half an inch to put my in here. I probably wouldn't even need a wraparound, but I like wraparounds with my journals, and I've got plenty of space in there. So let's fold the others. 1, and please excuse my hands. Underneath the fingernails, I've been painting and inking and all day long. 2. Hi, Patricia Stubbs. Welcome, welcome. What are you up to? I would say you're up late, but it probably isn't that late for you. It's 2 o'clock here, so it's getting late. About 12 there. 3. Did I get more than 4 here? Did I get more than 8? 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I have 4 here? 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, I got an extra page. We'll put that back in there. We'll use it on the next book. And what these are, well, I'm calling them jam journals. And I need to work in my December one, too. But they're just going to be little daily journals for the month of January. And I'm going to prompts. And it's called Journal a Month. And I'm making 2 for giveaway. And I'm doing one myself. And I'll announce the theme next Tuesday morning when I give them away. See, these will go right in here. And I'm going to bind these. But I'm going to paint. I'm going to paint this. And I'm going to paint. I got this silver. This is, let me get it here. This is a charcoal paint. A charcoal. It's not really silver. It's a matte metallic. Flat matte metallic. It's kind of a charcoal color, but I think that'll be really nice on the edges here. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to paint my cardinal. Should I paint my cardinal first? You know, I think what I want to do is do this, because that's where I'm at. Oh, you need to shake this pretty good. This is Deco Arts Matte Metallic. I've had this for a while. It cost about $11 for 8 ounces, but truthfully, if you're like me, you don't use this all the time. It's worth it. Keep it around. Projects like this, it comes in handy. And I'm hoping that this will show up good on here. And shall I apply this with a sponge? Look, I haven't even opened this. Do I have a sponge out here? Yeah. Cut the edge off. I trim up my I trim my sponges and use them until I can't use them anymore. No. It's 12:47 out there. Who made it back in? I had about 40 people in here when I rebooted. 16 of you made it back. Welcome everybody who's coming back in. I know Lucia and Lisa are not feeling good. You don't want to do that. I thought that was sealed. I thought it was sealed. Oh, what a mess. Luckily, this is my journal. We'll take care of that. What a mess. It wasn't sealed that good. I'm just going to wipe it up here, get it off. I'm just not having a good time of it, am I? Luckily, I think that this is sealed enough that I can just squirt this with some water and wash it off here. I think this will come off pretty good. And I'm going to... Enough. This is mine. I marked it with an M. I marked it with an M here, there. I always experiment with mine first. This was not a sealed jar. This is brand. I took the lid off and I shook it again and that happened. So be careful. It wasn't sealed good. Oh, dearie me. What time is it? 2 o'clock in the morning, Mary? Yeah, my hand sanitizer is getting down low here. I can't get some of this crud off my hands. Oops. painty hands. This is how my hands get dry, though, when I do this, and then I use hand sanitizer, has alcohol in it. I was going to do the edges here anyway, but still. That was not sealed. That was a brand new jar. I haven't had that open. I've had it for a couple of weeks, but I never opened it. Now we know what it is. It's not silver. It's more of a charcoal color. Wow. All right. I'm messy now. What's art if you can't make a mess? What are y'all saying out there? Patricia, she had to end the stream and start a new one. Yeah, it's already, the streams are already uploaded, but they have to process. They have to, once you end a stream, it goes through a process segment where I don't know what they do. They do different things. They check for monetization violations, and they do a lot of different things. Make sure you aren't cussing and swearing, and making sure that everything's kosher with the file format and all of that. All right, I'm just going to take it here, and what I want to do is kind of experiment here. I want a borders, what I want. And I kind of wanted more of a silver color. This is more of a charcoal color, but this works for the edge of the cover. But I don't know if I want to make my pages this color. It's messy. It's messy. My sponge is messy. And we'll keep going. I'll keep going here. I want a border to it. Mary says, I hope that I have learned something. There are so many talented ladies here, and they make it seem fun, and I want to try. I'm sure you'll learn. A lot of the ladies that do art here have been doing art for almost all their lives. I would just say, start. Don't be too hard on yourself. Start out easy. I don't know where your talent is, Mary, or what you're going to do. But my advice is, don't compare yourself to others too much. It's always nice to learn from other people, but when you start feeling like you can't measure up to their talent, messy, messy, messy. I know sometimes there are some channels that I won't watch, not because I don't like them. It is that I look at what they do and they're way above my skill level. They're way above my skill level. And I start comparing myself. Don't do that to yourself. I like them really good. And but I'm not at that level. I'm just kind of a hobbyist like everybody else in our group. I don't do this as a profession. I play with stuff like this. And I'm trying to decide if I really like this or not. I guess I do. It's a flat metallic and it's a charcoal color. It's kind of like a dark, dark gray. But I don't think I want to make my pages a dark gray. I wanted a more silver, and I'm going to get rid of that sponge because it's not working for me. Let's see if I can get a clean one here. I surely have a clean one. With all the packages of sponges, I have to get up. Do you hear Mary digging? Do you hear things falling? That's my little 2-ounce paint bottles that I have over here. What did I do with my sponges? I saw them here the other day. Are they in here? No. What did I do with those sponges? They're here someplace. Here they are, right out on top. Quit digging. They're out on top. Oh dear. I think I'll have better luck if I use a newer sponge. This one's about had it. Get rid of it. All right, I think I'm ready to roll again. Let's see what you guys are saying. There are some really foul-mouthed streamers out there. Their channels are huge. I guess YouTube doesn't worry about that. Yeah. I don't know. I can't do that myself. You know, the thing of it is, I think that language attracts a certain element, a lot of certain elements, and they think it's funny, and like attracts like. I can't do that myself. I'm not that anxious to have a big channel if that's what I have to do to get a big channel. Do my art, have fun. I was a little irritated at YouTube a few minutes ago, though. I might have slipped and said a few foul words. I was ready to. I think they probably rebooted their server or something. It could have been. Arlene said that, what is it, your son knows a lot about the internet, and some of the main hubs have been down. The main internet hubs have been causing issues. What a time for that to happen right over the holidays. I think I'm happy with this in the long run. I'll move it up a little so you guys can see. And I think once I get that red bird out here, I think that I'm just going to use off of this label, and then I'm going to throw it away. That gunk around the edges there from... It was sealed, and I shook it, and it wasn't sealed, and it spilled out on me. Well, on the table, kind of on me, too. On my hands. Yeah, I kind of feel like if you have to tell dirty jokes to get a large channel, I'm not that anxious to have that kind of a large channel. I'd rather be a little old lady off in the boondocks. Fairly fast. This is Deco Arts Matte Metallic, and it's a charcoal color. I thought I had a silver. But this is what I'm after. And I guess I like it, the cover being this color, but I'm not sure that I want I'm going to throw this away now. I don't think I want to do the edges, the borders in this color. Mary says it's everywhere. It's refreshing to find people who can communicate without foul language. Yeah. I'm wondering if there's a better way to get this paint out here rather than just dipping my sponge in. But I don't want to mess up my... We'll just keep going. Kind of hold it here and do these edges. Yeah. Good thing I got towels handy here. I don't know where I picked that up from. Was it on this side? It could have been over here. Guess I should have dried that off. I think this is why I have paper on my desk. Turn it this way. Yeah, I think I'm going to like this in the end. This is mine, so I can experiment with it. If I goof it, I won't feel so bad. It's just an art journal cover. I had a lot of fun making this, though. I think this was from one of the Dirty Dozens, if I remember right. Was it from one of the Dirty Dozens? Or did I just do it? No, I think I just did it. I painted the border and then I did that smooshing technique. All right, let's give this a dry, because that's where I'm getting some of that yuck on my hands now. All right, heat gun alert. Oh, yeah, I'm all out of frame. I'm all out of frame. Oh, where does it go? Up here. Okay, heat gun alert. Now I have to decide what I want to do with since I don't want to do decal my pages with that color. I'm going to just do one journal at a time here. Let's put that back on tight. Yeah, my red's about ready to fall. Yeah, red and green. Greens, blues, about done for. Get my red out of there. Red, that's the color I want. Some of my paint fell off into the floor when I was reaching for those sponges. Is that another one? No. Okay. All right. What I want to do on here, and I think I'll do these journals one at a time. I'll do this one first. This is my front cover right here, because it'll fold this way and then it'll fold over this way. And I'll bind it right here. It's still a little wet in there. I probably should paint this before I edge it. I wanted to see how this worked, though. I get a little impatient. It's mine. I'm not happy with my hands. So what I want to do is I want to paint that same cardinal on here that I did for Janet's stamp. Let me fix my camera. Jeez, hold on a sec. Here comes the train. I'm way out of frame. Let's see. I think it goes... One more. And can I go up one? I spend more time centering my camera and everything. I guess that's a little better. Move it right there. And what I want is my picture gallery, and I want to go to those cardinals that that I was looking at for Janet's stamp. And I think that was in my download because I went to Pixabay. I think I got that off of Pixabay. And I think it's this one right here. Yeah, I know it is. So what I want to do is draw this cardinal on my front cover here. Kind of right up in here. And I have the branch coming. I have it folded here. I have it folded here. So I know this is my fold line. Now, since I've already painted this, I don't want to just start sketching and say I'll paint it out because I've already painted the background. So I'm tempted to put this on another piece of paper and cut it out and put it in and collage it down. I'm really tempted to do that because I don't want to mess up this cover that I got going here, and it needs to dry a little more anyway. So let's try that. Mary's just taking this extra sheet of paper. It's the same size. If I fold it in half, it's the same size, should be about the same size as my journal cover. Yeah, it may be, my journal cover may be a little bit larger, but the bird isn't going to be as big as the journal cover anyway. So I want to take this bird and sketch it on here, and I'll paint it up and collage it down. That's what I think. And please forgive my painty hands. So I can see what I'm doing here, but I can't see your chat until I expand this. In here, Carla's in here. Hi, Elizabeth. She's saying hi, Sue. Hi, Carla. Hi, Mary. Hi, Sue. You buffer off and on? Oh, I'm sorry. Geez, I'll tell you. Arlene says no buffer. Sue says they're saying hi to each other. You guys are finding me back. I had a terrible time getting back, logged back in. I'm going to give my hands another cleaning with the handy wipe here, that hand sanitizer. So even after I cleaned them, I painted and got them all yucky again. And I got a paint towel off to the side that I'm wiping them off on. They won't be perfect, but I won't have as much gunk on them. Well, maybe that one if I'm not careful here. My fingers in it. Thank you, Rhonda. They're saying hello to Elizabeth. You were just going to suggest that. Cleaning my hands? or doing the collage thing, so I wouldn't ruin the cover of the journal. Yeah, I put a lot of work into that journal cover. I don't want to mess it up now. And should I try to go over that way one? Yeah. Okay. Hi, River City. Welcome back. The collage. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. But I am going to draw it in ink on here because I can paint it out on here. And I'm rolling up my sleeves. I paint it out on here and then cut out what I get messy. Okay. So I'm going to go back and look at this picture again. And that bird I learned from the stamp is and it's kind of nice to have drawn it once. So I kind of am familiar with it, except for I'm going to have to move my camera over here. And this bird is so fascinating to expand. And I don't know if you guys look at like looking at birds' eyes, but it's so the feathering in there. And that beak is just a beautiful, beautiful bird. And I'm not one to really like birds and feathers and all of that. I mean, I like it, but you know, I'm not one to like it all the time. But this is a beautiful bird. This is just a beautiful, I think this is one of the prettiest cardinals I've seen. So I can tolerate him. He's not going up or down here. That's as much. Oh, there he goes down. I just wasn't moving. His tail feather is, the photographer cut it off right down there at the bottom. So I'm going to expand him a little more, and I'm going to work on that. And he'll be kind of realistic, but I'm not going to worry about this bird being totally realistic. He's got some feathers up there, and I'm just kind of sketching it in right now. And this is just a big pen. It's a medium point, and it's a bit. That's all I'm using. And I'm gonna come bring him down a little more now, so I can kind of see where he's going to fit on the page. He's looking down. He's got this part of his eye is right in here. And I'm just going to kind of put an oval there. And his plumage is coming up in here. His beak is coming down this way. Not terribly big, Mary. Not too small, but not too big. And his is really more round. And he's probably got a little bit more around this way. And that branch is coming right almost under his beak there. And I'm going to do the branch, but I don't know if I'll collage it. I might. And then this is all black in here. This is kind of black in there. And it kind of comes out to a point. And I don't know if you guys, can you see my sketches? Yeah, I guess you can. It's really light. And this might come up a little more. And if you expand this, right there, he's got his other claws there. Now, I didn't put that on this. I'm going to move my paper. Yeah, Mary, let's just zoom in on your paper. That's weird. I think I'm going to leave that claw off and just put this one down here again, because that's so hidden. You really don't know it's there unless you really look. And let's just I can take some license here and just kind of darken that in just to make me feel like he's more of a bird. And he's got a little ring around his eye there. And honestly, to tell you the truth, there's more dark in there. So this nose could come down a little bit more. He's got dark in here. In his eye, as I look at it, his eye has a lot more space in here, a lot more dark away from the beak. So this beak has to come down a little bit more and out a little bit more. And I will, I'll paint over all my scratchy lines. Now I could grid this out and probably get it look pretty much like that, but that's not what I like to do. I don't have anything against gridding, but I like telling myself, like, oh, I need to leave this space, or, this, I don't know. I feel like gridding is the precursor to copying. And not that there's anything, to tracing. Not that I'm actually copying this in a way. There's not anything wrong with tracing either. To learn, there's not anything wrong with tracing to learn. But I like to teach my hand to take a positive spin on it. I like to tell my hand what my eyes are seeing, and I like to kind of verbalize when I'm sketching. Like I said, oh, this needs a lot more gray space in here. And so I'm just kind of sketching it in. Sketching, and I'll probably do a different sketch on him. Now, his feathers, you can kind of see it's got a neckline in here. So I'm just going to put some feathers there, and they kind of come like that, and then he kind of comes that way. And he kind of comes down at this point, and this way, and he comes around. And this branch, because I moved that beak, this branch has to go down a little, like that. And this is all bird in here. And it's all bird under. And this branch still comes down and comes down and goes clear off the page. And his body comes down this way. Is that too much? I don't know. We'll see. And it kind of comes under here. And then you can start seeing. Now, I don't know. I feel like maybe I need more room for the tail. We'll see. Maybe his tail will be big enough. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe I'll make this a little bit. Well, I can't make it too much smaller or it will be out of proportion. And let's see. Let's zoom in here. It's very interesting to look at his claw. His claw has 1, 2, 3, kind of a joint, a long area, and joint here and a joint. The bird's claw on this bird is very jointy. And if you look how big that stick is, his claw kind of comes in here, and it's got all these little joints. Not that I'm going to paint them, each one. It's kind of nice to know that they're there. And then this one kind of comes here, like that. And he's eating berries. He's looking at the berries. Bird feather. Bird up one. No. All right. I'm just kind of getting the outline sketchy of him. I'll be painting him out here in a minute. I want to get the berries in here. And they'll go right in. I'm not going to draw all of them. I'm just going to draw a few. I'm not going to do all that intricate wood and everything in there. We'll do some. There's a berry up in here. Right in there. There's a little berry down in here, which is kind of, looks like it's getting old. There's a berry kind of underneath of this, or behind it. And there's kind of one hiding there, kind of one hiding in here. And then there's just sticks there. And then you come over here, and there's a berry up in here. And what is this? This is still part of the branch. And I'm not going to put all those intricate branches like I do my phone. Let's start painting this. And all I really have to worry about painting on this bird is the bird on this paper, because I'm going to cut all of this out and I'm going to collage it down onto my journal cover. Because I did not want to do this right on my journal cover. Let's give him some more black underneath of here. He's got some black going on in here. Kind of feathers, and his beak comes in here. I think I'm pretty happy with him. He's not perfect, but he's not bad either, I don't think. All right. Now I want to get my waxed paper. Yeah, new roll of waxed paper here. And hard to get it out. And paintbrushes down on the other side of me here. What do I want? I don't need big ones. Maybe this one to put in some of the broad areas, and maybe one to start detailing it, kind of. I like that one. Yeah. I think I know what I'm doing with these paintbrushes, and I just grab what looks good at the time. What works for me at the time is what I use. A professional painter would say, I'm using a 1/2-inch flat, and they'll tell you the kind and the whole bit. I'm saying I'm getting out my paintbrushes. This one looks like it'll work in the back. Okay. I need a sip of tea. Let's think about. Thank you, Milda. Stack Shapes is Imelda. You're repairing a journal? Mary 2 said, I just signed off and came back. It's a bit better, but I'm getting sleepy. Well, if you're getting sleepy, you better go get some rest. The replay. And when you watch the replays, you can move that little timer bar around. You don't have to watch every minute of a 5-hour video. That'd take you all day. All right. That desperate for listen to me yak all the time. I want a little black. And I got some dark blue. Well, you know, I got some English navy, which is almost black. And I think I'm just going to put the red in first and just let it get a layer. This red is kind of transparent. The berry, it's a deco art is kind of I say it's a transparent paint. Yeah, I feel like I have to give it more than one layer to get it going. Let's go back to my picture. Yeah. And I'm just going to start just giving him a general coat of red in here. And I'm not going to worry too much about it being perfect. That's not what it's about. I want him to look like a bird. Yeah, let's move it down a little. And I want him to be looking down. And he's kind of feathering out up here. But if I fussy cut him out, you know, I'm going to have to jagged all that anyway. So And he's got black going on up in here. So I'm just going to kind of, and really, if you look at this is a much brighter red than what I have going on here. This red could really go more for the underneath of him, which comes right in here. And it almost turns into a gray-brown in here, but I'm just going to put in some colors, all I'm going for in here right now. And I did clean my water this afternoon. I got clean water. And Penelope, I'm going to move you out of the way because I'm afraid I'll get you all messed up. I'm going to put mine over here and my dirty towel that I can still use over here. And I want to get a little brownish gray blue under there. Whatever. Now I'll go for this one. Oh, they're both sealed. Are these both sealed? I bought some more dark blue paint because I want to finish working in my landscape lighthouse ladies. I'll be picking that up again after the new year. I want to do that book. I don't want to just let it finish it. I'm having too much fun in it. I'm trying to get this without cutting it. I complain. I say they need to put a pull tab on these. I need to put a pull tab on them so I don't have to break my fingernails. All right, let's put a little bit of blue out here. Does this have a seal in it? That's unusual, isn't it? I'm not used to a seal being in a 2-ounce paint. Where's my other scissors that I use? Over here. They sealed this. That's interesting. Can't remember if 2-ounce paint has seals. Maybe I just so used to using that apple barrel paint that and I can't get a hold of it. Come on. That's the other thing. They need to make this stuff easier to get off, or maybe I'm just doing it all wrong. I got my hands all messy again. There's my bird so far. I got this picture from, I think I got it from Pixabay, but I think the same picture is out there on Unsplash. I think it's on both sites, if I remember right. I was looking for cardinals to carve, but either site, I think I got it on Unsplash. I think I documented in when I carved Janet's stamp. I think we want sort of a reddish brown color here for the underneath of his tail feathers. Now I got the berries. Let's see the berries. The only berry I really need to worry about is this one here. And I'm just going to kind of leave it. And I'm going to kind of work some reddish brown in here. And I made my brown by mixing blue and red. This dark navy blue and a little bit of red. And I'm just putting this bird's tail in here. And that bird is almost too big for this paper. Almost too big. But Yeah. And he's got a little darker color under here. And a little bit of bright going on there. And I'm going to come back. I'm just going to kind of shade this in because I'm going to come back with my branches. Okay. And I think, let's get this. I'm not particular with this type of paint. I use a lot of craft paint. And I use Apple Barrel. I use Dickle Art. I use whatever. This is not. This is an art journal cover. It's not meant to be a professional painting. I'm going to give it a little bit more of a bright color in here, I think, if I can. I'll wash out my brush. And get my scissors out of the way. Get my ink pens and pencils out of the way. Let's put these paint brushes in here. Clear off things that where I'm comfortable working. And a little bit brighter red in here. I don't know if that's going to do it. Where's my white? Let's mix a little white, a little yellow, and a little red. That's a little more red. A little more red. That may not be the color I want, but it's brighter. I can always go back over it. It's more of a salmon color. Yeah. Now this one here is all black. I'm just kind of feathering in. I'm just kind of blocking in the colors. Kind of like this in here. It kind of goes down in there. So just think of this as an underpainting here. Yeah. Yeah, and he comes clear in here. And he's really looking down a lot more. And he's got the plumage up there. His head's really angled more there. I'm not sure I have that right, but we'll see. I guess he's kind of looking down. Sometimes I have to look at it in my computer or in my camera to see, is that really what I want? Put a little black out there. And shall I try this brush? I will. I'm going to start just kind of putting in some black feathers in here. Feathering. And it kind of works in there. And it kind of comes out over this way. And he's got some grayish. He kind of got some, if you could look at it, it kind of gray right underneath of his eye. Right in there. As you look at it, when you look at it way down, it looks really dark black. And if you expand it up, you can see kind of the grayish colors in there, the gray tones. We're going to put more black in there, but I'm going to put some gray tones in there. Okay. This could almost go for the beak color. In here, we'll start putting the beak in here. Some highlight on it. Some highlight in there. Just kind of more of an illustrative than a trying to be realistic. It's more like a magazine illustration that you might see, a quick illustration. Let's go with that, but let's go with some red, a lot of red, and some of this. Is that the blue? That looks gray to me. I guess that's the midnight blue. Boy, that looks gray to me. Deep midnight blue. Almost looks like a dark gray. I'm going to paint the branch coming down here. Make it a little darker. And just kind of bring that, his beak almost hits that the branch right there. So I kind of just want to bring it right down in there. Right down in there. And then this is where his claw is. I'm just going to kind of leave some room for it and bring that down. And now let's work some lighter colors in up here. Maybe even with a bit of red in that. Up in here. And kind of in here. And this brush might be too big to start doing this, but I'm talking to myself. That's going to kind of put in some, if I collage this in, I'll probably cut all that off anyway and paint it on. Then I'm going to go ahead and put some berries, and I'm here. That berry right in there. And kind of in here. And there's one hiding in there. One in here. There's kind of a leafy. So I need a green, little green, I think. What are you guys thinking? Where's my phone? In front of my face. What are you guys saying to me out there? Good night, Lori. Good night, Pink Girly. She says, girls, I'm fading. You should. It's almost 3 o'clock here. It's probably 4 o'clock in your area. Good night, Pink Girly. That was at 2:41. That was just a couple minutes ago. So here in a few minutes, he might take flight and fly off. Lux, did you see my phone flash? There, it flashed. And I was just, well, I was holding it there, but sometimes I won't even be holding my phone. It'll be sitting over here. Kind of, I have it propped up against my little water bottle just to kind of, hold it. And it'll flash. I think maybe I better take it in pretty soon. I've been putting it off taking it in till after Christmas. Is Mrs. D in here? Did Mrs. D come in? She's saying hi. Mary too says, thank you, Arlene. I think I'm going to call it a night. So Mary's has gone to bed. Well, that was several minutes ago. So Mary said good night. Stack Shapes. Amilda's in here. Amilda is from the Netherlands. Ah, thank you, Elizabeth. It's winking at me. I think Moritz is saying, if you don't take care of this, I'm going to. Thank you, Chris. It's just really the background. It's just really a background now. I've got to detail it a little bit more, and I'm going to cut it out. I'm really kind of painting it on a mixed media paper. I'm going to cut it out and collage it down on. That's my thought. I hope it works. There's Mrs. D. She says she's here. She's making a journal. All right. Well, we can make a journal together. I'm working on my jam journals. What else did I miss here while I was yakking away? Deborah was here. Rhonda is here. Carla. They all come back in. I got 25 of you either watching or lurking or sleeping or something. Oh, let's go back. I want to go back to my picture here. Set it right down in here. So this in here, I decided I was going to put some of that gray in there, but now I'm ready to go back in and put in some black because there is bits of black in there. So, and the black will make that red really stand out. So I'm just going to kind of, there isn't a whole lot of black above his eye. There's a little bit up there, just a teeny bit. And there's more down on this side, kind of going this way. And now I'm going to detail this, I think, with a pen too. But there's more black coming down in here. And I got his eye, so I'm not. And I don't have good light. I'm just kind of feeling it here. And maybe a little bit more in there. And this branch is really darker right in here, right in there where the bird is, and then it gets lighter again. I wanted more. That's pretty dark. That's what I want. Trying to mix paint, and I can't even see what I'm doing here. Yeah. I can't. In here, this tail feather down in here is almost tan, almost a tannish color in here. I think I'm going to go ahead and put that in, and then I'll paint over when I do the branches. It's almost a reddish tan. And it kind of curves out for now too. And it kind of comes down. And it kind of comes down there, and then it ends off in a feathery. And then this area is darker, kind of a grayish red, brownish red in here. And even up in here. A little bit paint. I'm just putting it straight on the paper just as it is. I'm not using a medium or anything. You can. I'm just not. Let's see. He's got some shadowing in here. And I think that's kind of what makes this other looks bright. He's got some shadowing in here going on. Yeah. Sometimes I just don't have the right colors. I could trim that off. That might be a little bit too much. I want a little bit brighter red. Do I have another color red? I don't know if I do. I do. What do I have back here? This is a true red. This other was berry red. Let's see if this is a brighter red. I was thinking that by mixing that yellow with it, but it turned almost an orange color that I used for the beak. I get the plug off of it. Shake it up a little. I think that's a little brighter red. Let's just put a little on there and see how it looks. Brush is a little wet. I think that's a little. It might be too bright though. I mean too. I don't want to mix up. I don't want it to be pink. I want a brighter red. I'm getting back to that salmon color. I'm talking to myself, talking about mixing the reds here. Sometimes you just have to go with what you have as far as the pigments. I mean, you could sit and mix your paints, but sometimes I feel like this is what I have. This is what I'm going to use. It's working for me. But I really do want more of a bright red in here. And I'm not sure I have that. I think I'm kind of happy with him though. He doesn't have to be perfect. Let's see if I can work on his eye a little. Now you can hardly see the eye. If I expand that eye, look at it. So let's see what I can do here. It's got a dark area in here. It won't be perfect, but I think it'll all blend in. And he's got a very dark pupil in there. And then really got kind of a brownish color. Around the edge. And kind of a white gray color ring around that eye. Kind of in here. Is that too dark? Maybe a little whiter. And boy, you could sit here and study that eye and all the little intricate areas in there. I'll never get that with my paintbrush. I'll just kind of represent here. And that's probably a little bit too light even. Let's get some more grays in there. Don't want it to be too... What is it looking like to you guys? Yeah, that's okay. You can see some of the... And it kind of comes down and meets that beak. My red you're a little bit more yellow again for that. Beak. Oops. Ah, come on. Underneath here. Kind of around there. In there. Almost to white. Almost to white. Just a little in there. Oh, I'm not talking, I'm thinking. I'm thinking I need more orange, more of an orangey color on that beak. Let's try a dab of real orange. Rather than me trying to mix the color here. Just need a dab. It's pretty close to what I mixed, but it's a little brighter, a little more of a pure orange. I'm kind of liking that. Just kind of work it in there. So that orange could probably fall off into here too. Kind of a light layer of it in there. That might have been what I was looking for. Mary's just playing. She thinks she knows what she's doing. She thinks she knows what she's doing. She's having fun. That's the important thing. If you're going to stay up this late, you must well make the best of it and have fun. All right. See, this is so much brighter up in here. That's why I want to go in with that orangey color. Yeah. I'm going to almost say I'm pretty well. I want to do his claws and the berries and everything. I probably won't. I'll probably paint those on. Color in here. Define. I'm going to be cutting that anyway. My paint's getting. I just mix a little at a time. It's getting. Just got to define this a little bit more in here. It's getting dry. I think I'm pretty happy with it. Some of that bright red in here. It's right in there. Maybe start pulling that down just a little bit in here. Then I got to do the claw. Okay. That midnight blue almost looks like a gray to me. It's almost a dark gray rather than a blue. And his claws are a lot lighter than that. His claws are coming in here. He's kind of holding on to this thing. And it's really got some reddish, dark reddish. Areas in there. Not brown. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, more white. Look like to you? It looks like it needs to be defined a little bit more to me. The branches, which I will probably paint on. They're a mess in here. Some yellow in there. Orange. That blue just is not blue enough for me. I'm going to go to this other blue. Cobalt blue. Oh. Put it over here. Oh, white with it. It's got a blue berry in here. And I need a more of a detailed brush to do that. I don't know if I have it out with those. Here we go. Need a little detail brush. Oh. Well, he's not perfect, but he's good enough for my art journal cover, don't you think? I need to do just a little bit more to him to feel good about him. I want to work on this claw a little, so it looks a little more realistic. Not so big and clunky. I'll put some red behind that just to kind of make it not look so big. Maybe some of that brown. What does that look like? I think I'm going to leave it. So hopefully by the time I get back to these colors, they'll still be, maybe I'll give them a little bit of water over here to just save them. Hopefully that'll keep them a little. And what I want to do is grab this art journal cover, put it like this, and see, wow, that's going to be a pretty big bird on there. We might trim him down. We'll see. I'm going to start cutting him out. I might have needed to make him smaller. The one thing, I hope it works, what I'm going to tell you, because I do it when I do my fussy cutting. When I have to do animal fur or anything, and I don't know if it's going to work with this mixed media paper, instead of cutting, I kind of tear. I kind of take my scissors and squeeze and tear. And I don't know with this mixed media paper if that's going to work, because I don't want a real sharp edge. And that is tearing, but not the way I expect. So maybe if I just go slow. See, I get a rough edge in there rather than a sharp edge like that. I'm not after a sharp edge. I'm after a sort of a torn edge to kind of make it look feathery. And with the magazine page, it's really easy to do. But with these stronger papers, it's a little bit harder. I'm hoping that he's going to fit on here like I'm expecting. Now I can cut my, jeez, these scissors. I need to clean them up too. My branch I can cut even. Sharp. That's what you guys are saying to me. Are you even with me anymore? Let's see. What do we have going here? Let's clear all this out. And let's go back to YouTube. There you are. Patricia's here. Oh, thank you, Carla. Thank you, Imelda. Joyce says, I'm feeding the birds this winter. They clean that feeder out every day. Let's look at chat here while I'm doing this. Ah, thank you, guys. You know, for just sitting down and doing I see myself as doing more illustrative art than you know, actual painting. But if you listen to me paint while I was doing this, if you listen to me, I talk a lot to myself while I'm painting. And that's kind of what I'm saying, like with the hand-eye coordination when I'm doing a grid. If I was doing a grid, I would be saying, okay, it's 3 across and 2 down, and it's about a third away across. Then I'm going to put this line here, and I'm going to go to that line, and it's going to be a gray color that will go with a gray color, which is, and rather than saying his beak is here and his eye is a little bit above his beak, and I needed gray in there, and this in here was a little bit lighter, and I needed to make this darker, and I needed to brown. I don't know. That's one thing. I'm not trying to tear down the gridding process. I don't mean to do that, but I'm just trying to explain what I like about the technique that I use. Well, I guess I didn't tear it too much, did I? I tore it, but I tore it in the right way. It always surprises me. I guess I'll cut this part. It always surprises me when I do that. It always gives me a scare, like, what did you do, Mary? It's all okay. It's all right. I like to get that rough edge on there. And I probably have to come in with that rough edge and do a little red on it because it's white when I do that. Let's cut this part off here with the claw. Now I'm going to collage this down with matte medium. And then after I get this whole thing done, I'll go over it with a varnish, and the varnish will help bring the shine back to it. It's a semi-gloss varnish, I think. I got some more varnish, but I kind of did Aunt Beck's. I stopped shopping at Joann's. I'm just going to cut this out right in here. I stopped shopping at Joann's. So that's where I always got my Deco Art varnish. And I haven't found it. I found some things at Hobby Lobby, but I haven't found that same varnish that we use. So I got a different brand of varnish, and we'll see how it works. I got a little bit of Deco Art varnish left. Let's see. I'm not going to risk tearing these feathers here. I'm just going to kind of feather them like this. Like that. And I'd like to tear. but I'm afraid I'll tear it too bad. There. I guess that's okay. And I don't know if I can save those berries, if I should just cut them off or paint them in. I think I'll just paint them back in. It's not worth all that trouble to fussy cut. He's an awfully big bird. He's bigger than I expected. But here's the thing. I can do this for my art journal, and then on the other two, I can make him smaller. He's really a lot bigger than I could put him on the back and make a smaller one on the front. I have to decide what I want to do. I think I like the idea of putting him on the back. Let's get the tail feather out. And I'll put another one on the... I was going to do two anyway. This is why I'm up all night. I think I like him better on the back. He fits, but not as good. So let's collage him down, and I'm going to paint the berries around him. And you know, I was watching Paint Girly. She's gone to bed, I think. I think she got tired. But she did that bird of Tamla Laporte, and she did some mixed media around it. Now, I've got some mixed media in the background, but boy, I'm sure tempted. I'll have to think about that because she did some tissue paper note paper. That would be fun to put on there. I think I have some, but I'm not sure if I can get to it very fast. Some of Tim Holtz. Oh, but you know what I do have that I can get to? I don't know. I might use it. Now, think of this as being like this. Think of it being more like that than open. Now, hold on a minute. I'm going to just turn my chair around. And I don't even have to hardly walk 3 steps to get to it. I have some of... Yeah, hold it. I thought I had some opened. I got this when Hobby Lobby had their big sale. Yeah, I thought I had some already opened. We'll go with this. We're going to use some of this. We're going to use some of this. I might not paint another bird on it and use this. Let's see what I have. I thought the birds were, yeah, they're bigger. We'll put this one on the back. And maybe we'll use these, collage these down on the front. Let's see what I have. I forgot that I even had this. Yeah, I think I've already used some out of this. But I want the red birds. Now, come on. I want more of the red birds. I don't know. I said I had here. These are more spring, though. But I guess they'll work. And see, it's got the music on it. But I don't want to cover up all my... I don't want to cover up all my boards. This is more spring. This is more winter. I could use that. Could use this. These are more spring. I don't know if that's what I want. Is that what I want? Well, I like the idea of the text. Mary's talking to herself. I like the idea of the text coming out here, even if I don't use the birds. I like the idea of the text coming. And I think when I collage this down, let's try that on a piece of this and see if that blends in with my... I think it will. When I collage it down, my background will come through. My lines and everything. Let's try a piece. I'm unwinding it. Mary's talking to herself again. You all get to listen in to Mary's verbalization to herself. We're out here, Mary. Don't ignore us. All right. I'm going to try a little piece of this on this. In the paint. I'll put it on this. I'm going to see if this... We're going to see if this... I'm going to go with this kind of in between stuff here. And I want to see if it will... Maybe I'll put the birds on it. No, I don't want... I only want one bird. I'm going to tear it right here. Right, where did I tear? Right there. Get out one of these rulers Annie V sent me. It's about time you use those, Mary. All right. And I'm going to collage this down there and see if my snowflake and see what comes through. I don't want to completely cover up my boards and all my work on the other side. And I'm more concerned about the text than I am the birds. So we could see this bird over here for something else. We'll just do this one bird. And put him on there. I want to see how much of this comes through when I collage that down, or how much it covers up. And I have collage medium. I have matte medium here. And I'm just going to put a drop. Let's see, was I using this paintbrush for something earlier? I used it to do my gold. Yeah, it's okay if it gets gold on it. If it's got any gold in there, I just don't think it has much. All righty, let's just collage this down a little. I want to see how this works. I think it will blend in. Yeah, I'm trying to decide here. We'll see. You can't see too much of the snowflakes, but in a way, I don't mind that. Let's dry it off. And I don't have to do it clear across the whole page. I could just do bits and pieces. I just want some mixed media out there on it. And I think this might be the answer. I just got a test piece here. I think I'm pretty happy with that, but I don't want it to get too springy. I don't want to spring. I don't want to turn my winter journal into spring yet. Red bird here and this bird and maybe that bird, but anything with a nest here and eggs, that says spring to me. So I'm going to, and the leaves kind of say spring. So I'm going to get rid of the leaves. And I really don't need this bird. I want the text. Mary knows what she wants. All right. And what I want to do with my journal, what I do with my cardinal. Here he is. He flew up here. What I want to do with my cardinal kind of work. If I take this off, it's just ripped now. We'll use him maybe on the flap or something. And put that maybe up there and take, because see, this bird's going to come. Oh, no, we want to take the other side off. I'm going to take this off because he's going to cover it up if I, let's tear it into pieces. Let's just tear it into pieces. So I'll put him down, but I want a background around him is what I'm getting at. I want some mixed media. And I'll still have my boards showing through because I'm not putting this flat down on the page. I'm putting it in different places. So that there, this in here. And I think I'll put this down below. You know what you're doing, Mary? I don't know. Birdie, darling. Put it up here. Put that down here and this up here. Right in. Get my piece out of there. Well, that's going to cover up too much of it. Put that in there. That's down in here. Doesn't have to be perfect. And then where's that postal? Put that kind of right up in here. And I need something. I don't know about that. How about that? No, up there. Right in there. Maybe down a little. And then I'm going to paint some berries. So maybe I'll put some berries over here instead. Kind of looking at the berries down in here, though. These birds, I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to save my birds out. I'm not really after the birds. I'm after the text. And I've got some of this other black and white that might go. And it's more flowery in spring. Floral. I don't want floral. And I don't want floral because it's winter. There's no winter in, no florals growing in the winter. That's a map. I thought I had another one. I do. I might go with this. Might fit exactly what I want. This is how I journal, looking like this out. See, I'm after the text. This, I got this on sale when Hobby Lobby had their big clearance stuff. But at that time, they had Tim Holtz stuff for like 40% off too. And I bought some of this tissue paper. And this is not floral, it's more writing, which really kind of goes with my theme for January, which I am liking. Now I want to do the same thing. I think I'll save this. I think I'll use it. But I think I'll tear some pieces out. Ah, what a mess you have, Mary. What a mess you have. See, I don't want too much dark, but I like these pens and I like the typewriter keys. Let's grab that ruler. detail right here. Well, it might help to start it. It's not tearing too good. There we go. That's good enough. And let's put this back in its holder. All right. I'm back to collaging. Put my hand in the paint. I wanted to throw the paper away. I got that little sheet of wet paint on my top of my wastebasket. What did I do? I stuck my hand right in the blue paint. So I just want bits. I just want some bits. And you could do the same thing with book pages, but I kind of like the tissue that it'll kind of blend in there. Like this, maybe. And then I'll use the birdie. Let's bring it up a little. Come on. Done a little bit. And then I'll have, I guess I might just use birdie. Birdie? It says birdie darling. I'm not sure what that means, but that's on the tissue papers. Birdie darling. I guess this is a darling birdie. I think I'm happy with just that bit. Those bits of people. That's the back. What are you guys saying? Mary's in her own world here. I'm surprised you guys are even watching me. What did Rhonda say? My grandma used to talk to herself all the time. She said it was okay, but when you start answering yourself, you're in trouble. I talk to myself because I'm the only one who listens to me. Hi, Santa. This is going to be the back of the journal. I think I'm going to do a smaller collage. It's too large for this journal, but this one's mine. This one is mine to experiment with. And then the ones I do for giveaway, I will, I'll make him just a little bit smaller. I could try to trim him down, but I'm afraid that his head would get out of proportion. You know, I'd have a big eye and a big beak and a small head. Look kind of creepy. He'd be out of proportion. Let's see. Flip. My phone's flipped the wrong way. Come on, Flip. I want to read my chat. What else are you guys saying? He's life size. He is almost life size, isn't he? He's 7 inches tall, almost 7 inches tall. I could see a cardinal being 7. Yeah, Joyce, he is. Oh, thank you. Joyce says you're still here. Thank you guys for sticking with me. Aw. Okay, well, let's start collaging a little bit of this down. I may only get the one journal done, but if I get one journal done, it'll be so much easier because I'll know what I want to do with the other journals. Do I want to put that down here maybe? No, it doesn't matter where I'm going to put it. I'm going to get it covered up. All right, so we're going to collage in here. And hopefully I'm just going to start. I'm going to leave those other pieces in place. I think. Come on. I want you a little over so I can get this done. And I think this tissue paper will blend right into my journal. And since I'm not putting it flat across my journal, I don't think it'll cover up enough to protect from the snowflakes and the boards that are already there. I'm going to tear this a little more here. This piece is too big. I can put it down a little. Put that piece there. I got a little bit of gold left on this brush from doing my angel book earlier, but that really doesn't bother me. If I get one journal done tonight, I can do the other two this weekend, right? This is for Tuesday morning. I'm going to make 3 of these. 2 of them are going to be given away Tuesday morning if I'm still alive. I will be. I enjoy this. This is my fun. This is my fun. Now this piece is going to come right down in here. And he'll come right up here on top. Boy, he really is a life-size bird. My other ones aren't going to be that big, though, for the journals that I give away. They won't be that big. They'll fit probably in, they'll probably be about 4.5 inches tall, hopefully. But you never know this stuff until you get in and start doing it. And then you figure it out. That's why I do one extra one for a trial one first for me. For me. Now, this is really going to be too heavy, I think, to do the mixed media on. I think I'm going to have to actually glue him down. I'm going to get my brush off on it. Put that in the water. I'm done with that for a while. Close that up. Got the ruler in my lap. Paintbrushes at my side. I'm going to dry this before I put it on there. Heat gun alert. I do like this, and I was watching Paint Girly, do her bird for Tamara Laporte. She was doing it in the style of Tamara Laporte, but I don't know that much about what Tamara does, if she does the mixed media like Paint Girly did. I know she does a lot of whimsical work, but I like what Paint Girly did with putting the tissue paper, and I think she used some die cuts. I'm not going to use any die cuts. The tissue paper is enough. Now I could, these 2 little birds over here. Now this is the back. This will be the front, and this will be the flap. I could on the flap put these other birds that are they're kind of winter birds. This is kind of like an evergreen. I could put those on there and mix it with some more of this that writing in here. Not a lot, just maybe the maybe the pen nibs. And it folds here, and I could actually bring that dark area. I'm not sure I like that dark area. I'm trying to figure out now. Maybe there's another little red bird. Another little red bird here, kind of red, and he's got some red berries there. He might look good. He might look good on here, and this one torn. No, I'm not liking that. Over here maybe, and over in here, and that's for another day. And put some of this text out here. And it doesn't even have to be. Let's tear it here. Let's tear it. Let's go ahead and collage this down too for the flap. Put that there. Let's tear it in here. That there, this in here, and I like this berry in there. And I kind of tear this in here. It's cut too straight. I got to tear it. Put that in there. I have the text kind of coming over in here. I kind of like that. Yep. And that'll be the flap. It divides right here. This is the wraparound. And this bird, this big old bird, I'm going to use him because I painted him. He'll go there. I guess I'm doing winter birds because they fit. It's really Janet's fault. And she got me thinking about cardinals. And there they are. Birds. But the whole theme fits this. Well, maybe not the birds so much as the text, the pen nibs. I think I'll put the pen nibs on the front. That really fits my theme, which I haven't announced yet. It's a journal, but it's an art journal. It's not a writing journal, unless you want it to be. You can have it to be anything you want. And get some of this water squeezed out of this brush. I'm going to collage this one down. Right in here. Doesn't even have to be straight. And then I guess this one's next. I'm going to tear this a little more. Let it fit. This is the easy part. Once you figure out what you're doing, then it goes fast. It's figuring it all out. Once I get this one done, the other two should just go lickety-split, huh? That's up a little high. Can I get it up now? It's over too far. I want it over this way a little more, even if I have to cut it off. I'll put this one down in here. And I think, where's that text? What did I do with it? There's the bird. I had a piece of that scrap out. Did it fall on the floor? I don't see it. Is it under here? I had it. Oh, I put it over here. I want a little bit more in there. Or 10. Pair it here. How much do you want to there? You buy this. I don't know about you guys, but I buy this. I buy these papers and things. There's some music. Let's put that music right where that bird is going down. He'll cover it up. Just a scrap. I buy this not knowing what I'm going to use it for. And by golly, I do find uses for it. Put some more collage. Put that in there. Right here, maybe. It kind of blends in, and you can still see my boards underneath. Okay, now the next thing I want to do, guy, let's turn that up again. And I think I'll put him on with my glossy accents. I could use Elmer's glue. I could use Yes paste. But glossy accents will hold him down. That is because I can't find it. What did I do with it? I had it out. I had it out. Don't tell me it went in with a cliff. Is it in here? Come on, Mary. Grr. Well, I won't use it. I like my glossy accents because it has the glue tip. So I won't use that. I'm going to use Yes paste because I want it to be good. I want it to, let's get out some more. If you guys were in here, you would say, Mary, stop streaming for 1 day, 2 days, maybe 2 weeks, and clean up this mess. It really isn't that bad. I know generally where things are. But when I get to streaming, you know, you don't get things put away till you're done. And that's the way it goes. Uh-oh, I hit my phone cord. And I want my palette knife. And generally what I do on this is I like to use my palette knife to apply this because it's flexible. And I can just, you know, I got a piece of gunk on that. Tissue paper, I think. And you really don't need, they say on the container that you just need a thin layer. And I tend to put this stuff on really thick so I can spread it out here. But I need to be sure I get to, you know what? I did not ink the edges. I'm just going to leave them white. I'm going to leave them white. There it is. That's all it took, I think. Make sure I on the tail. And I'm not only talking to me. Sometimes I'm talking to me when I do this, but sometimes I'm verbalizing all of this so you guys can hear what I'm thinking. I'm talking to you guys too. And I think this is dry enough to put this bird down on. Let's take him off. And let's just put him on there. Out of my way. Let me fold this here. So this will come more like that. And I'm going to take this and fold it in half. And that gunk, I'll fold it in half the other way. And press him down. To do it. Yeah, I think. No, he's down. This isn't down. I've got plenty of paste on him. He shouldn't be popping up on me. Oh, I tore the. I wonder if that's where I tore it when I was cutting. Where's my paste? Must not have got it very good on that. Do I have to worry about this? I don't think. I think that's all down good. I'll save that little bit of paste. I might need it. Now I want to paint some berries, I think. Do I need berries? Yeah, he's looking at something. I think I want to paint berries. in here. Let's give it a little dry. Let's give it a little dry. My wastebasket is getting full over here. Let's give it a little dry. The birds, I really wasn't planning too much on these birds, but I like the text paper, and I kind of like them. I really wasn't planning on putting birds on here. Janet got me off onto this cardinal thing, and it's such a pretty bird, and I love its pose. Like it's in that photograph, it's really bowing down and looking at those berries. So, yep, January is going to, Jam Journal is going to have birds on the cover. Now, what are you guys seeing? Yeah, I guess you're seeing it pretty good. Let's move it this way a little. Put my glue back in. Put this back in. I want to deal with this over here. Let's just kind of tear it. It's going over the edge here. I'm going to tear it off. Come back in with some of that charcoal paint later. All right. So now all I have to do, it'll go like this. So I need to do the front cut. I even fold this just a little bit more for that inner margin there, for a 1/2 inch margin. This is watercolor paper. This is 140-pound watercolor paper. So it can pretty much take a beating. It's pretty strong. I'm pretty happy with that. So, what I want to do here, since I put that bird there, I really want to, let me get it out. Let me look at chat. Oh my goodness. Hello, everybody. Hi, Tanya. You just love listening to me chat to myself. I want to call you Nettie. You're not Nettie, you're Josie, right? Hi, Michelle. Good morning. I'm working on an art journal cover. I painted this bird. He's really a little big for this, but this is my gem journal, so I really don't mind. When I do the other two, I'm going to make him a little smaller, but he'll be on the branch the same way. Oh, I was going to paint out the berries next. That's what I was going to do. Let's go do that. I want to paint out the berries here. He's looking at some berries. This is the same cardinal that I carved for Janet. Tanya says, my grandmother too. I would answer and said, no, honey, don't pay Nana any attention. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dear. Santa's in the house. Rhonda says, my grandmother used to, I read that, but I don't think I went any further up. He's life size. I saw that. Mary, Tanya says, good morning, Mary. I haven't been able to sleep at all tonight. So glad you were on. I feel like I'm keeping you gals up. I feel like I'm keeping you guys up. Joyce, I don't know if she's still in here. She said, my favorite bird is a tuft titmouse. Barb Fillion's here. It says she's got contending with the buffer monster. Mrs. D said, oh, wow, I just looked up Mary, and he's looking so good. Thank you. Yeah, he turned out a lot better than what I thought he would. Even his eye. I'm pretty proud of him. I got it. If you look at his eye there, I kind of got his eye in there, and that kind of surprises me because I'm not one that paints a lot of animals and everything, and I'm certainly not one that paints realistically. But here's the thing. Talking about talking to yourself. When you paint, I'm going to say it again. When you grid an object, you put a grid down, grid a picture, a photograph onto a drawing. And you put your grid over your photograph, and it's a grid, and you say, okay, I'm going to count 3 over and 2 down. And then over here, you have a smaller piece, and you count 3 over and 2 down. Well, you're not really concentrating on, in a sense you are, but you're concentrating in a different sense of how that eye relates to the foot, how the beak relates to the eye, how much gray space there is. That's the one thing that caught me on this one, is how much gray space there is in here. What you're saying when you grid it is you say, okay, we got this little square here, and in this little square, from this corner to this corner, there's this, I need to make this mark in this angle. And so you go over here and you find the corresponding little square, and you go from this angle to this angle, and you make the same mark. And you do that for the whole drawing, and you have a beautiful, realistic drawing. And that's a fine technique. I mean, it's a valid technique. Artists use it. Artists have used it for ages. It works, and it works good. But I'd rather sit down and chatter to myself, like what you guys heard me say. Oh, there's my 11:00 in the morning. Chatter to myself, like you heard me say, I need to put a little more bright orange here, or I need to make these claws smaller. I'm going to add a little red in there. And I wish I would have said to myself, he needs to be smaller, but I didn't say that to myself. So I got a big bird, which isn't bad. It's on my journal, but now that I see him on my journal, on the other ones, I'll make him smaller. And then when I started collaging him down, I was just going to put him flat on the journal page, just from here to here. And all I would have had is my bird in the journal page. But I had the unique experience this morning after I had streamed on Friday morning. I went and watched Paint Girly. And she was doing a little whimsical bird in the style that Willowing, Tamara Laporte, does. But when she did it, she used mixed media with it. And I said, well, that's what I'm going to do, because I need something in the background that's more than my boards and snowflakes. And that led me to this tissue paper that I have here, Tim Holtz tissue paper. And then when I got the tissue paper out, and I'm looking at the tissue paper, and I'm saying, that's spring. I don't want a spring nest of birds on here. It's wintertime here. It's snow. It's cold. Those eggs aren't going to hatch. So I'm saying, okay, this looks like it's red berries. That'll work. And so that's what I have over there. And I have text here. And then I'm using some of this writing in the background too. This is ledger paper, and there's a post office. So I'd rather kind of chatter to myself and talk all of that out, rather than doing, to me, the gridding is so technical that you aren't really, I guess maybe it's more emotional for me just to sit down and draw it and talk it out. And in the end, both ways are valid. I'm not saying one is any better than the other. I guess. Okay, now that I said all that, I'm going to paint my berries. And I'm hoping that my blue paint is probably still wet because I sprayed it with water. And yep, it's wet. All right, let's put this back in the trash. Let's put it back in the trash here. And I want to paint some berries, and I think I'm going to paint them directly on here. And let's grab one of my brushes. Which one did I use? Did I use this one? Or did I put it? I don't think I put that brush back in the water after I used it. I probably swished it out. Okay. And this is the Midnight Blue. And I'm just going to put them in here. I kind of know from doing it 2 or 3 times here where I think I'm going with it. So he's eyeing some of these blueberries here. Our bird. He's hungry. He said, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, Mary. What are you doing still up? Let's go get some food. Let's put a little light on here. Three berries on that one. And I think there was something hidden up in there. I think that's enough. And then I'm probably going to have to mix my brown again. Let's get some red and some of this dark. They call this dark blue, but I see it being more of a gray color. And maybe some of this orange in there. And I'm going to paint some branches. And I think the branch kind of, maybe I'll look at that picture. Maybe I'll look at the picture here. I kind of forgot what the branch looked like. Well, I got three big berries there, a little one there, and a little one up there. But the branch kind of comes down. Let's bring it down this way. And I don't have to put in all those little, I don't have to put in all the little things. I just put in a few little. Maybe mix some white with that, get a little light, or maybe some of this yellow. I don't want any more out there or not. I don't want the berries to take center stage. Three of them I think is enough. 4, one over here. And this picture has all sorts of little branchy things in here. But I'm not going to put all those in. I'm going to put in a few. And maybe a little highlighting on it. I got a squeaky chair, just so you know. If you're hearing squeaks, it's my chair. We got a squeaky front door, and I've got a squeaky chair. Some highlighting on these branches. Oops, well, we'll leave that there. Kind of bring that in here a little. I think I'm going to leave it. I think I'm good with that. Let's put my palette knife back in the water and let it clean off. Now, I want to do the front cover. And that will be, I'm going to go smaller here. Let's pick out. I was thinking maybe this one or this one's green, but he sure is pretty. He would go good over here, but I like this one that he's scooping down. But let's see. And then I've got this one up here. And I think I like this one over here best. What's this? I got the, yeah, oh, there's one in here. There's one in there. I like that one. We're going to put him on my front cover. We're going to do it the same way. So I'm going to paint another bird. I'm going to paint that one. And he's going to go here, but now I'm going to make him a lot smaller. And he'll look good because I'm going to fold this up like this. And so each bird will be kind of have his own focus. Each set of birds. Let's set this aside and let those berries dry a little. So I think that's as far as I can get that bird, unless I take a picture. Let's take a picture, a screen print. Oops, that was the, we don't want that. There. So let's go back out to my gallery, and it's in the screen prints. Way down below. There it is. So now I took a screen print of it. Now I can enlarge it further so I can see better what I'm painting. But I don't want to make him huge. I don't want him to be huge. So we're going to pretend this is my entire front page of my journal. And we'll probably leave room to put Jam Journal or 2019 or something on there. Let's get my pen out again. I put my pen away here. Okay. So what I do like about this, though, is this branch. I like that branch. It doesn't show up so much on this as it does the other one. And that's in the downloads. So I like that branch coming this way. So let's bring the branch in. Gonna draw. Let's bring the branch in down this way. And let's just pretend I have some big text, 2020. That would just help me place my bird. And then he's sitting on a branch that kind of curves this way. And I'm going to make him a lot smaller than I did that other bird. Because he's got a fat tummy. And I should probably zoom in one so you guys can see him better. I may just get these birds painted today. That may be all I get done. That may be all I get done. Let's see what you guys are seeing. Up a little. There. Angela says, I love it. After my mom passed away, I had this red cardinal on my fence for 3 days looking at me in the window. It was all white, full of snow outside, and there was that red cardinal. How beautiful is that? Josie says, I love listening to Mary to you chat with yourself. I get the giggles kick, you guys. Michelle said, good morning. I think I read all these. You guys are sleeping on me. That's okay. I want you to. I want to go back out to my bird here. Okay, he's big and fat. He's fattened up for the winter. He's got a pretty small head. He's got the little black area in here. A little black area in there, and his tuft kind of comes up that way and down this way. And here's his beak. His beak is almost, and you can kind of see it. And if I look real close, I can't even see that bird's eye. So I'm not going to put an eye there, because even when I zoom way in on this bird. I know he's got an eye, but it sure doesn't show up in this photograph. It's there, but it's hidden. So I'm going to let it be hidden here too. But it's the same thing. He's got that real bright red up around here, and then he's got a dark brownish red in here. And then his tail falls down almost into a brown color down in here. And he's got a wing right in there. So I don't want him to be too big, though. I've already goofed on that. Well, not goofed. Well, yeah, it's sort of goofed. And I'm just going to let's kind of go like this, and then out like that, and down this way, and around that way, and down behind the tree limb, like that. And now is when I just get out my paintbrush and start painting. So let's do that. I'll just use what red I have on there like I did before. I need another paper towel. Yeah. I'll probably paint one. I'll probably have to go take a nap after this because I've been up all night. And I'll probably bind it and start painting the other one later tonight. And tomorrow I'll paint, Sunday during Tanya's stream, I'll do the third one. I'd like to get my wizard cut. I want to carve wizard. I don't know how many of them I'll get carved. So when I start this, I just start putting in the body. It doesn't really matter. I'm just putting in a red undercoat here and there too if I want. Just kind of swish some of that black, and you cannot see the eye on this one the same way that you saw the eye on the other one. Just paint that in sort of like that. And it comes out a little bit. Sort of like that. Now I'm going to go for this brighter red up here. Now, I probably should have washed my brush out first. Go for this brighter red. Come on, get on my brush. And it's almost an orange. It's almost an orange red. So I got some orange that I've been putting on there too. And up in here, it's almost an orange color. Probably should wait until that dries. Let's figure out what I'm doing. Right in there, and right in here, and up in here. So basically, you just kind of start painting, and it eventually comes together down this way. And I can even paint where that branch will be, because I'll just paint over the tail feather. And then I want sort of a reddish brown in here. But already he's taken shape. Already he's kind of taken shape. He's got some of that orange color coming down in here. Let's give him there's some dark, maybe that dark brown. Might be too, what do I have there? Yuck. Tissue paper or something. I had it sitting down here. A little bit of black on the tip of the wing, here and here. And kind of some dark area in here, in his tummy, right down in there. Right down in there. So it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much paint to do these birds. And get that washed out. I don't quite have that same bright red that I have here, but I sort of have it. But it needs to be brighter. And if I mix white with this, it will, and if I mix yellow with it, now that's a little better. I don't quite have the same intensity of color, but this is just craft paint. I don't mean to disrespect craft paint, but it is just craft paint. I want more of the, I think I want more of this darker red here, just a dab, because I'm about, yeah, that's a big dab. And some more orange. And a bit more yellow. And I put back over here. I'm going to do the beak. Be a professional artist and know everything I'm talking about. I'm just telling you how I do this. It's a happy little bird. This is awfully bright in here. I wish I could get that same brightness. It kind of turns a well, it's almost there. It's better than it was. A little more bright in here if I can. Down in here. Let's mix a little of that in there. Yeah. And if you could see this bird, he's got some kind of grayish going on along his top tip of his wings. I'm not sure about that. I guess I'll put it in there because it looks weird without it. Just kind of maybe some of this light orangey color. I might need to get some more. Kind of dab it in here maybe. And it looks gray. Don't need a lot. I need more white. It's not real bright, but it's still some white. It's kind of up in there. Now let's do the beak. In this picture, that beak is almost as red as his feathers, but I'm going to make it a little bit more orangey red color. Now I got too much water on my. Come on. little bit brighter. Oops, that got up a little high, but I can trim that off. So I just don't have that same brilliant bright red that this is. I've got a bright red, but it's still not the same. Bring that down a little more. I think I'm about ready to leave it alone. And let's do the branch that it's sitting on. Let's do the branch. The branch really kind of comes down and a bird kind of. Come on, Mary. There's too much black on that. That red just really, I wish I had that bright, bright red. I've got an orange, but it's not the same. It's not the same. Turns it more of a. I'm going to leave it. I'll wash out my brush again. To the black. Ah. I'm so used to wanting to grab on a towel or something when I do this to wipe off. There wasn't anything there. And I get too much black on my brush when I want to do that. Go back in with red. Around here, darker, I can make that look brighter. It's got some bright kind of going on in here. I don't like getting my brush too wet because then my paint gets runny. That towel. It has a branch coming this way. Cut off a little. It comes down here. Let's mix a little white with that, make a gray, or grab this gray, blue gray in here. And kind of up in here too. And it comes down further, but I'm not going to worry about it going down too far. I still wish I had that bright, bright red. I don't have that bright, bright red. And I keep going back and forth between the orange and the red. It's almost an orange color in here. It's almost an orange color, but there's still, you can still see red. The same way on the wing. Now, I can do a little more kind of detail-y work in there. This. It's so funny. I'll be sitting here painting and I sense my movement on my phone over there. Now I know that his claw is holding on down in here because I can kind of see it in this photo in there, but I'm not going to put that in. I just kind of want to, yeah. I got this going up this way. I'll probably trim all that out. I think I'm going to cut him out. Am I good with him? I don't know. I don't know. Too much water on my brush. I'm trying too hard. I'm trying too hard. Let's just cut him out. I'm pretty good with him. You can't see his eye. You can't see his eye at all. All right, let's wash that out. I think I'm done. As much as I'm going to do. Let's give him a little dry. You can't see the eye on him. You can't see the eye on him. Let's cut him out. I'll cut out the branch to start with. And I'll just kind of cut it like this. And, I might have a trouble pasting that down. Let's cut it like that. Go in like that. See what this looks like here. It's just pretty much a triangle up in there. Gosh, my 4 o'clock alarm went off. What, a half hour ago? What time is it? 4:35. Yeah, let's do this. I'm not so good about doing it that way, though. Let's cut this first. It's a little bit more, Mary. Yeah. My scissors in there. Now, the reason what I'm doing here is I'm trying to just take my scissors and tear the paper. I'm kind of pulling it sideways. It's a little bit harder to do with this mixed media paper. Magazine paper works really good, but that kind of feels to me like I'm giving this bird some feathery texture on the end rather than a straight cut line like I did there. It kind of pulls at the makeup of the paper, the texture of the paper. Works real good with magazine pages, but then too thin a paper it won't work with. Now I have this little bit in here. This is that white that I put on there. See, I think I'm just going to cut in here like that. Turn the corner. Cut there. And snip right there. Yeah, I got the corner. There. So let's see how he looks on my journal. Trashy trash, 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 trash. Throw that in the trash. Here's my journal. Oh, that fits a lot better. Now that looks like an awful lot when you look at it flat out this way. But when you look at it this way, that's better. And I don't think I'm going to be painting anymore, so I'm going to throw this away before I put my hand in it. And I want to put some more of that tissue. Let's put my pen there. I think my brush is like cleaning up. I must be getting tired. Make sure that it's got the, put it up here in my new little paint holder bowl. Dry out. Okay. So I want to put some tissue, and I want to go back to that text where it has the pen nibs here. And I could put those pen nibs right in there, really, but I want to tear this blank piece off. Now let's fold it. Doesn't matter how torn it is. Do I want it more like that? I might. And like this. And pull it over to the side because we might want to put lettering 2020 on here. Or January 20. Although I didn't do that on my other jam journals. This is the fold here, so I need to move it over a bit. Let's see. And I don't want to put another bird on there, but I want some text. Like music or something. Here's some text chat. There's some text in here. Ooh, I kind of like this. Right in there. And here's some written text, which I really like. That's this again. I think I'm going to pull that. And I'll save this other. I really only need half of it. So I might roll the rest back. I'll pull it right out of the center. Come on. Doesn't want to tear good. And I want over to here. Ruler's not going to work in this case. I want this written text. Somebody took a bite out of my tissue paper. I want that in there. And I want this kind of down in here. And I think that's really enough. And in fact, I can get rid of this up here. Right in there. Put that in there, like that. And I like these pen nibs showing. So I'm going to roll this back up, put it back in the package, and we'll use it another day. What time is it? I've been on for almost 3 hours since I finally got back on. I told the gals, gosh, I had a good crowd in here, and I've been going for 5 hours Friday night, and I had to turn it off so that the video could process. You get a good 12-hour video, it takes a long time for it to process. Or it did the last time I did a marathon, a big long one. It took forever to process. Now I'm going to leave room in here for like lettering, like for January or for the word 2020. Something like that in here. And these I'm going to leave. So let's go ahead and just collage this down. I think I'm pretty happy with it right where it is. Doesn't take a whole lot to collage it down. My pen out of the way. I've been using this paintbrush to collage with. I'm using latex matte medium. I usually, for myself, and this is my journal, I do mine first so I can figure out what I'm doing. But if I was just doing a journal that I was going to keep myself and doing the same thing, I'd probably use just Elmer's school glue in the big gallon jug. That's what I usually use, but I'm going to be sending giving 2 of these away, so I want to use a nicer medium. My head says that anyway. Yeah, do I want to bring it? Yeah, no, we'll just leave it flat like that. We'll just leave it like that. No, I have to get this collage down. Yeah, I'm good with that. And then our bird's going to come right over the top of it, right up here. And then if we want to write the word 2020 or January or whatever we want to put in there, I might stamp, not my own stamp. But gosh, I'm going to print off a couple of those stamps. I might card me another cardinal stamp. Wouldn't a cardinal stamp be great in here? Like the one I'm sending to Janet? That would be fun to do. But I want to send that one to Janet. You did that cardinal stamp off of this word. All right, we're gonna glue this down. Get out my paste again. I got this little thing I experimented with. I got my berries. Don't need those anymore. I need some wax paper. All of this for an art journal cover. I worked on, well, I did not work all night on this. I started on this, about 1 o'clock? Was it 1 o'clock when I came back? No, I was already working on it at 1. 12 o'clock. I guess all night. All morning on it. But a lot of it, like I say, once you get figured out what you want to do, the next 2 will go hopefully a lot faster because I already know where I'm going. I don't have to figure things out. Like how large do I want to make my bird and what do I want to put here and all of that. I want to get these glued pretty good here. Come on, get off of my knife. Yeah. Put a little bit more on there. Okay, I wonder if I can just plop him down this way and peel him up. Let's try that. Let's put him down further. Down, no, I think I want him. Here's the top. Maybe down just a bit. Get this out of the way. I think I got him glued pretty good. I have one last thing I want to do to this. This is the inside, and it'll go like that. Well, it'll go like that. And yeah, this is a little wet. Let's try this. Where's my heat gun? I put it back. Put it back. Try it a little. What time do I have? 4:50. I'm still going strong. I'm still going strong here. Okay. Find out what I did with it. On my chair. Where is it? I have just enough varnish left in here to varnish this. Oh, look. See, I thought there'd be something that I didn't get. I tried awfully hard on that. Maybe it just needs to be. I tried awfully hard to get that down there. Stuck it down there. I'm going to have to put him glue him down better. I want him to be stuck. I don't want him coming up. Let's just pull him up here and get him. I thought I got an awful lot of glue on you. There. All right. I bought that big container of Yes paste the first year I came down here, and I've been down here 3 years. Put a little sanitizer on that. Clean that off. That is. I use this palette knife for anything and everything. All right. And I want to varnish that front cover. That's where I'm going. And I don't like a really wet brush. For some reason, I don't like it. I feel like it's diluting everything. And I think I have enough in here to varnish that cover. And this is the kind that Dee Dee uses. It's gloss. This is gloss. I usually use satin. This is gloss exterior interior. But for gloss for an art journal cover isn't going to hurt it. And I'll put I think that other I got is matte or satin. Yeah, it's not coming out. Let's do what I have. May not need it. And every time I do this, I can hear Dee Dee saying, "You don't need a thick coat." As if she were telling me to stop spreading it on. And I'm going to put some more on there. But I do find that this can get gunky down at the bottom. Oops, see, it can get some gunk in there. That's enough. That was off of the rim of the jar, but I had another one of these and I emptied it out and a great big old glob of gunk came out. Well, I might need some more. I like to put a lot on my pieces. I might put just a little bit more on there. Yeah, it's coming out the edge here where it's gunky up at the top. Come on, Mary. Turn it around. There. Get this out of there. It's almost empty anyway. This is how I get messy hands. All right. There, I think I'm going to call that pretty covered here, I think. Pretty much all covered. So I'm done with that. I'm going to set it aside. Let's zoom out one. I'm not quite ready to quit yet. I still have one more thing I want to do. So look at my chat here. One more maybe. There. Let's put my paint. I'm done with my paint for the day. I'm going to get me I have containers for my paint, but I need a container for paint that I'm using immediately. Like these colors. And I end up putting them on the desk behind me and they roll off on the floor and over the cliff like that one did. Come on. And I knock them off. I don't know how I got them all in there. Maybe I didn't get them all in there. Maybe I have more than there. All right. So this is my art journal cover. This is my art journal cover. And this needs to dry. It's varnished. And this is the inside. And let me clean my hands again here. So I'm cleaning my hands off a little. What I want to do is work on the pages. Won't take me long. That won't take me long. And this little bird's on the back. He's on the back. He's on the back. He's really too large for this journal, but this is mine. And now I have a sense. I have a sense of the size of bird that I need to make for the other two journals. This one's about the right size here. This one could probably be a little bit smaller, but I didn't want to try to cut him down. I just left him that size. All right. He's a big bird. What I want to do is set this aside to dry. And I think over here, that's gold. I don't think bronze will look. I thought I had a silver. It might have fallen. I have bronze and deco art. Oh, that charcoal might be what I thought was my silver. I have that 24 karat gold that Petals gifted me, but I don't know if I want to use that either. I think I threw my silver. I used up all my silver, didn't I? Or was that white? I'm talking to myself again. I have extreme glitter and varnish and white, and I might have enough silver in here to do those, at least for this. Yeah. And what I want to do is in that journal, I'm only going to have 2 signatures in all of them. Each journal will have 2 signatures, and they're 4 7 by 10 pages folded in half. And so that makes 4, 8, 16 here, and 16 here is 32 pages. What I want to do is deco the edges. And I just kind of just start tearing. And I don't even think I'll use a ruler. I think I'll just tear. This is just mine. But usually my pages tear. I usually do this pretty good. I did this in my December journal, and I really do like it. And a torn edge is called a deckle, D-E-C-K-L-E. You guys all know that, but I'm just repeating it for show how smart I am. Laughing at myself there. Yeah, let's grab that other one and let's tear these off here. I might need the scissors to get the tear started. You can deckle your edges with a ruler, but I like the torn edge. I like the unevenness of it. Now I'm getting a little off on there. I'm going to come the other way if I can. Got a little. Yeah, if I can get that torn down or not. There, a little. Don't like that. I can't get a hold of it. You could use a ruler to do this, but I kind of like the unevenness, but sometimes right here in this center, it doesn't want to tear in either direction. Yeah, let's snip it a little here. Get that little bump off of there. Well, I'll snip it off. Now, one more. Come on. Yeah. Use the scissors to get it started. I took that in. Must have had something wet there. Must be hand sanitizer or something. That's okay. I'll probably be painting on that page anyway. How did I dip that in? What's there? I don't know what that got, how that got wet. Silver paint. I'm not going to worry about it because it's mine and I'll paint over it. Now, oh, I got a little curve there. Let's get it off. Okay. So I can turn these the other way too and make them kind of uneven edges like that. I'm kind of liking that. Now I got 4 more pages to do. This is what's so fun for those of you who like to make journals. You know what all this is about. I'm just talking to fill the air. I'm not using my ruler. Let's put it back. My scissors I use. Yeah, I'll just start these. Let's just start them all at once here, rather than. Huh. Where's my phone? I'm not even live on my phone. What happened here? On my phone, did I go to my other one? It says I'm live and it says 27 of you are watching. I don't know how that happened. I was still collaging my bird. And I checked to see if my little timer bar had fallen back, but it hadn't. For some reason, I got pushed way back. My timer bar was up saying I was live, or I thought it said that. I must be tired. I wonder why I'm tired. I'm not that tired. YouTube's been doing crazy things. I couldn't get back on when I got off at 12 o'clock. I said, I'll be back in 5 minutes. It'll take me 5 minutes to get back. It took me 3-4 tries to get back into YouTube, and it was YouTube. They said, I got a message saying that live streaming was unavailable at this time. So I don't know. They were probably working on something. And it said, keep trying. So I rebooted my laptop, and I came back, and I tried. It was a little better. I finally got in. 1, 2. Where's that? Where I tear here. I don't need this anymore. Let's put that away. I don't need my gold paint. I don't need this charcoal paint. This is really interesting. I didn't know I had charcoal. I think I have silver around here someplace. I thought I had silver of that deco art. Or maybe I was going to buy it and put it back because I knew I had this Anita's here. Maybe I bought the charcoal instead. It's been quite a while ago. One more. What does Mary do? Sit and do art all day long? Well, believe it or not, I do laundry and I cook and I do life things. I really do. I read books. I watch some TV with my brother. I watch wrestling. I watch wrestling. I watch Wheel of Fortune. I can hardly tolerate Price is Right. I can't tolerate all that yelling. When he turns that on, I go into the other room. Let's put it this way. Let's put it inside. All right. So there's my 2 deco signatures. That makes 32 pages, but I'm not done. I'm not done. You should see my wastebasket. It's full. I'm going to border these with silver, I think. I'm not quite sure how much I had left in here. Let's get all the crap off of here. And I'm going to use this same sponge, but I'm going to cut it. I should stop and see what you guys are saying in chat. I'm just chattering away here trying to get my journal done. I'm very happy with how it's turned out. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let's at least go say good morning to everybody. Hi, Teresa. Teresa says, if you have a machine, I would look at some of the scissors that have the edge and see which one I like the best. Are you talking about machines? Most people like the edge like Mary just made on her pages. Michelle said, at least not the one I saw. I figure if I can cut them on a machine, I can sell cheaper and offer a set. I don't know what, let's see, yes, but kind of expensive. I don't like both sides of the ruler. Can I ask something? Do you use a clip-on mic or freestanding? Are you asking me, Tanya, about the mic? If you're asking me, Tanya, the mic is coming off of not my phone, my camera. But that's a good question because I'm going to get a mic. I'm going to get one of those Tesla mics. I just was waiting for Christmas to get over with. So, and it is a freestanding mic. It's a smaller mic, but it's a better one. It's not the Snowball. I think it's a step up from the Snowball mic. And don't ask me about the quality or anything like that because I don't know. They say it's a better one, so I'm relying on that. I haven't used an external mic, and I'm kind of wary because if I use it, it's got a USB. You have to plug it into your laptop with a USB. That means I'm going to have to get me a USB hub. Well, I have a USB hub. It means I've got to start using it because my camera plugs is a USB and I use a mouse. I have to have a mouse. I don't like using my fingers to find my way around on that. So I use a mouse and I've only got 2 USBs on this laptop. So if I go getting a external mic, I have to have the USB port. So that's my answer if you were asking me. Teresa, they sell them. They're tearing edge rulers or deco edge. Here's something you might try if you want to redneck it. Go to Goodwill and look for a serrated knife. Sometimes not just the serrated knife, not just the. Sometimes you can get those the serrated knife that have pretty rough edges. I'm not talking I'm talking about one that would cut meat. A serrated knife, and you might try that. I used that before because I didn't want to buy a ruler. But to tell you the truth, just sitting here, if you can stand it. Now, if you're planning on making journals to sell, and if you're planning on making a lot, you might get tired of tearing. And I've only got 32 pages here. I've only got 2 signatures, and they're pretty small. But if I were making 5 journals with 80 pages in it, that's 400 pages of decoing. I might get a little tired of doing that. So I don't have a real opinion. I've never seen a machine that does it. The decoing. Aw, thank you. Yeah, it's deco. D-E-C-K-L-E. Deco. That's the torn edge thing. You might just go try to find go to Goodwill and see if you can find a serrated knife that's not a fine blade. You don't, a serrated knife that has a pretty rough cut is what I'm thinking. I've seen them before, but I don't know how common they are because I just honestly don't look for them anymore. I tear with my fingers because I just do for my own journals. I think I got enough paint left in here to do these pages. I'm hoping that I do. So I am going to put a little silver over here. Ooh, that's a lot, but that's okay. And I'm just going to run my silver. Oh, you can hardly see it. I might have to go to that charcoal. Boy, that's pretty light silver paint. You can hardly see that silver. It says silver paint. Wow. It's almost like a pearl white. Well, I don't know. That charcoal's pretty dark stuff. Maybe I'll mix it. Now, I've got to watch out for this. What did I do with my palette knife? This charcoal. I've got charcoal, but that's almost too dark. And so I'm going to try to mix some of this charcoal with some of this silver. Well, maybe we'll get an interesting blend of paint here. And let's put the lid back on this before I spill it. And you're supposed to really shake that up. And that's what I'm doing. And I didn't realize that. Let's just take some off of my palette knife. I was hoping for more of a silvery like this. That's more what I was hoping for. Maybe a little more silvery. Probably maybe a little blue in there. This is my own journal, so I'm kind of experimenting. I don't know what that was. I have some blue metallic here someplace. Did I use all that blue metallic? That's black. That's cobalt blue. That's cobalt blue. That's black. And that's lavender. Well, what if I go for the blue? I had it out. Where did I put that? It's over here. Let's go for that color shift. Blue and green, or blue and purple. I might like that a lot better. I know that my blue metallic is over here too. It is. But now I like the idea of the color shift, which is this. Ooh, I think I'll use that. But now I have all that metallic out there and I don't want to waste it. So where's my dictionary? Oh, you guys. It's here. It's just I have to take 3 more steps. I guess I should be thankful that I can take 3 more steps, huh? Let's just set this aside for a minute. And I'm going to put this paint in here. Maybe over a page that, well, maybe I want something that double page that, come on, I got to have something like that. I don't want to waste it. Oh, I got a little collage paper in there. I think I'm going to try that color shift paint on the edges. That one page may be a little different, but that's okay. It's my journal. I'm experimenting. All right, let's put this aside. Let it dry. I'll stencil over it and we'll have something beautiful. All right. And I found my blue metallic. I'm going to put it back over here. All right, let's try this color shift. It's blue and I think lavender. Just shake it up. Let's put this silver away. I got a little silver left. That silver, though, wasn't very silvery on the white. You probably have to put it on black for it to show up as silver. Oh, I see why I put that blue over there. I don't have any room in that other one. All right, all right. This is what I don't like about this. I need another piece of wax paper. So I have to, I'd rather have a bottle that I can pour out of, like the little hole at the center, like our little 2-ounce bottles. I mean, these are okay, but all righty. Put my palette knife over here where I can find it again. I did shake it up. Let's get a little of it out. I'll put the lid back on, so if I spill it, it won't go far. Look, I've already messed this up. But that's really kind of okay because I will be painting in there. I will be painting in there. Let's grab some of this. Ooh. It's almost, if I do it lightly, if I sponge it on, it's almost a greenish. Well, if it's a color shift, maybe I should paint it on with a brush. Let's get a whiter brush. Let's, instead of the sponge, maybe I should brush it on. I use that. Let's use this one. Let's try brushing it on instead. Well, it's still pretty thin. Use my finger. It feels like, look, I drug it across the page. Honestly, this is an experiment page. I'm not going to put this in my journal. I've already messed it up 3 times. I could go tear another page out of my pad of paper. I think I like this one though. Forget that brush. I'll just use my finger. All right, let's dry it. So this is what I'll do for all 16 pages. All 8 pages, I'm sorry. 16 per signature. Fortunately, it doesn't take long to dry. Yeah, I messed it up on the inside there. But oh well. Kind of like that color shift on it. You really see the green, the greenish color. And it's got a little of that kind of a lavender in it. I don't know what that's called. I thought it was blue. Can't read it. I got paint on it. But that's the color in there. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't have it mixed up enough. I'm happy. This is a messy page, but I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Feel like I need to get more on it. I probably should leave them out flat to dry instead of stacking them up and closing them up. Let them dry overnight. Right? Let them dry over day. Let them dry for 24 hours here. That's a messy page. But I was experimenting. But in the end, I kind of like it. It's kind of says winter to me. So let's set it aside and let's see if I can't do better on the next ones. I'll have to tear another page out of my book. Let's go a little slower now that I know what I'm doing. Now I'm just going to use my fingers. Put the border there. I think I'll be okay with that. And I guess I should go. Maybe when I do the others, I'll be a little. I'm getting a little tired, but I want to get mine ready to bind. And then I'll work on the others. I'll probably what I'll do is paint all 4 of my birds. Collage down my pieces and then work on my birds. What time is it? Buffering. Anne says, I just bought some color shift paint, but have not used it yet. Well, I think this may not be the proper use of it because it's going on pretty thin, but I can see it shift. I can see it shift when I turn the page, and that's all I care about. It's a little thin in here. If I hold it up, you might be able to see it's a little thin, but it kind of looks icy. This is a January journal, and it kind of looks icy to me. Funny how we fall crazy in love with them, and we have our art to run away to giggle. What are we talking about? Tanya, I married a lawyer, and of course he knew everything also. Teresa says, mine is a silver glitter paint, and the glitter is the silver. Oh, that's, I've got that extreme glitter, and that's what I used on the inside of this art journal. And it is pretty. Ooh, I'm almost wanting to go back and put glitter over the. Nah, I'm not going to do that. But see, I've got glitter on this. And for the you that just came in, here is my. Be careful because it's still kind of wet there. This is my art journal cover, and it folds this way and this way. Now, this bird got kind of big. This is for me. When I do the 2 for giveaway, I'm going to make this bird smaller. But this bird's the right size. And I painted him. Looks like I got a little piece here I need to get off of it. It comes from setting it aside on something. Come on. Well, he's there. What is that? There. I'll have to kind of. This is my journal. But all of these pages are going to go in. It's a little bit, I don't know. I don't know if I like that color with this. Let's fold it this way. See if I actually like it in the journal. I like it in the journal. It's a little green. Maybe I'll go back to, maybe I'm still experimenting because that's almost too green for me. Now that I look at it, I love the idea of using color shift. And I thought this was blue, but when I put it down on the page, it almost turns green. I brought out my blue metallic. Let's get it out. I'm not happy with this journal. But this is still my experiment journal. So I'm still experimenting. That's what this is for, to experiment. What did I do with that other page? I'm going to go back to my messy page. This is my experiment page. Let's put some blue over that. This is blue metallic. This is Anita's blue metallic. I don't use this much. Ooh, this is a pretty blue. This is more what I'm thinking of. Let's just smear this on here. This is my sloppy page. And oh, this will go a lot faster because I'm liking this much better. Let's dry it off. It has that green underneath of it, but most of it's blue. Now I'm happier with this. I'm back in the saddle. This is a sloppy page that I was experimenting with. It's not going to go in my journal. All righty, let's put that aside. What did I do with that other one? This one's a little bit neater. I think I can still use this. But before I do that, I can't stand the thought that that color shift is going to sit there and dry. I'm going to put it in this dictionary. Ooh, it looks good on here. It really needs, I think it needs to go over another paint. It's pretty thin. I don't know if you guys can see it shifting in there. I can see it shifting. It's kind of a purpley here. You can kind of see the blue shifting in there. I'm going to use good old Anita's craft paint. $2.50 for 8 ounces does the job for me. $2 and not 50 cents, $4. $3.99. I was thinking about apple barrels, 8 ounces. $4.99, and it's a metallic paint for 8 ounces. Yeah. Let's see if I can smooth that out a little bit more. Mary's going to have a artathon this weekend because I'm going to be doing these journals. I want to carve stamps. I want to get my wizards ready. I have my December art journal to put together. I have my December gem journal to get done. I have enough art to last me for three months, and I've got the weekend. But I have to go take a nap too. I'm getting kind of tired. I want to get this done. I want to get my pages decorated or bordered here. It really won't take long once I get going. She always says that. I'm buffering like crazy. And it still says in is still saying I just bought some color shift paint. Is that where we are? Let me refresh my screen. Mary, will you be streaming any more this weekend? I don't know. Tanya streams tomorrow at noon. I like to have my Sundays for personal time, spiritual time. My Sunday mornings is kind of my God time. I gotta give God some of this time, or he'll take it all away from me. So Sunday morning's pretty well taken. Sunday afternoon, I like to sit. Now I'll be doing art. I might be doing something like this, but I'll be watching Tanya, so I won't be streaming. If I'm streaming at all, I'll be doing an unlisted stream and then letting it go live. Saturday, which is today, I'm streaming today, and I have to go take a nap. Beth Schuler is on tonight, but probably the same thing. If I do art, I'll be listening in and doing a unlisted stream if I film at all. But sometimes I just like to sit down, like carving those stamps. Sometimes I can work them up a little bit better if I'm not talking in the meantime. Like Barb says, Mary can't talk and art at the same time. So I guess the answer to that, Rhonda, is probably not. I probably won't stream again till Monday morning. And some of you are probably saying, good. I think I'm done with this one. It's kind of sticks to the page there, but I kind of like it. I kind of like it rough and tough there. It's kind of flat like this until they dry. So I kind of have them spread out all over my room, and I need to get out another one because that one experiment when I messed up. I want to carve more stamps. Crystal was in here earlier. I think you guys were in here when she came in. And I really do want to carve her woodland Santa for her. She said no hurry, but she's on my heart. So I want to do her. And I want to carve your teddy bear. Ron, this poor little teddy bear. I gave away the teddy bear with no heart last night. And so I said, I'm going to carve another one for Rhonda. And I had it all sketched and drawn. And I was sitting here chattering away just like I am now, trying to carve. I carved his eye out. I really made a mess of the eyes. So I took my knife to it. And we ended up making leaves and flowers and doodles. Frame borders, doodle borders. Out of Tanya's little bear. So I got to carve another. That won't take me long now. I'll probably do that first. I'm going to take a nap because I am getting kind of tired, and I can sleep through almost anything when I'm tired like this. So I'll take a nap, and I'll probably get up and come in and carve Tanya's doodle borders, Tanya's bear. And then I've got white paint on my shirt. I need to varnish that side of the envelope for Laura that I painted last night. And those 4 envelopes, those bigger envelopes with the white trees, those will be ready to mail. But I want to get all these ready to mail, which means I want to stamp off a master sheet. And I want to carve a new Statue of Liberty. So I'll probably take care of those first. And then I'll probably work on these chem journals. My December journal will be the last thing to worry about. Stream. I don't know. If you guys can stand to sit out there and listen to me, I could do this. Well, I don't think I could do it 24 hours a day. I couldn't do it day after day after day after day after day after day. I can go in stretches, but I need my breaks too, And I usually get them when I go shopping or something like that. And I'm ready. If I have a weekend where I don't stream, I miss you guys. I miss you guys. Like if I don't stream on Saturday and Sunday, I feel like I've been gone for 3 weeks. It's really kind of cool. I'm liking this blue metallic. But it has to be out and dry. Otherwise it'll start sticking together. Even when you think you have it dry with the heat gun, it's still not totally dry. So I won't be folding these up on each other until I get gunk like that on it. Probably when I do the other two, I'm going to have to change this sheet a lot more because I get little gunky things on it. I'm halfway through that signature. Keep my hands a little cleaner when I do the ones for giveaway. I want them to be nice. That's why I'm going to all this trouble. Do mine first and figure out all the snags and figure out what path I'm going to go down. And then the others go a little bit smoother because I know what I'm doing. I've already drawn that cardinal 3 times now, so I kind of got him down in pat in my head. Well, sort of. Turn it back over here and kind of. I tend to want to leave some of that paint in ridges instead of smoothing it out. And this is just kind of a metallic border. You don't have to do this. I mean, this is my fun. This. Yeah. In my way. I think we got some freezing rain last night. I haven't looked out to see what it's like out, or haven't seen the weather report, but I heard it raining last night when I was sitting here. That was hot. Well, if I wouldn't have messed up that page, I'd have a signature done, but I messed up that page, so I've only got 3. that we'll keep going on the others, and then I'll pull out a page and decal it again. We got 4 pages left here. I want to get them done so that they can dry. There's nothing hard to doing this. It just takes a little bit of time. And I need to be a little bit more careful here. Even if it is mine, I still want to be able to work in it. The paint. I see them more when I turn that page around. Are any of you doing Dee Dee's composition? Anne wants to know if any of you are doing Dee Dee's challenge with the composition books. I'm going to, but I sure haven't done any prep work for it, other than I know where my composition book is. I'm kind of interested to know more about what it is. I know she's following an artist out there. And I know that it's going to go over 3 months. That's about all I know about it. Are you doing it, Anne? Michelle says she's planning to. Tanya says she's planning to. Teresa doesn't watch Dee Dee, so she's not a part of it. Teresa says, I've been practicing my handwriting. Yeah, that's going to be my theme for January. I just want to get these journals done for January. But for my big journal, I'm still painting my December page 4 underneath of this desk paper here. But for January, I want to do calligraphy as my theme. I might just, December has been a really busy month for me, a busy month in my personal life too. And it's really thrown me into a tailspin of getting, and then I get wild hairs, like I want to do carve these stamps, and I'm off on another rabbit trail. Those postcards took me a long time to do. It's not that the postcard itself takes a long time. It's that 100 of them take a long time to do. And in between, you get ready for Christmas and do all your personal life things. Oh, that one's done. Yay. Now I've got a signature done. Now we're making progress. Now we're making some progress. I see the end of the rainbow here. I am getting kind of hungry. I haven't eaten anything since supper last night. Usually I have popcorn or something at night. I've been sitting in here all night since 7:30. No snacking. I wouldn't want to eat in front of you. No, I'm not going to try. I want to turn it this way. I wouldn't want to eat in front of you. I had some tea. I still had a little tea left in my glass. Just about to have our veggie plate eaten up, thank goodness. I like veggie. Have leftover veggie plate and you want to eat it before it spoils. I put the onions in the freezer, chopped them up, put them in meatloaf and meatballs and that type of stuff. Yeah, I got something on the back of this page too. I don't know where all that comes from. It's not coming from here. I must have, this is silver paint. I must have something over here. Is that wet? It doesn't feel wet. I don't know where that stuff is coming from, but it's just my journal. I'll have to be more careful when I do the others. Not saying that I'm going to give you a perfect journal, but I'd like to give you a decent one. Yeah, I can't wait to see what Dee Dee does with her composition book. I can't wait to see where that goes. And I want to do my Lisa Conway a lap book. And I'm going to kind of follow that, but not in the same sense that she is. I want a Society of Idea Collectors book this year. I miss my Society of Idea Collectors. So I am going to combine Society of Idea Collector theme and Lisa Conway's lap book. And I'm going to make my lap book a Society of Idea Collector journal. And then all the ATCs and everything else that I do, you know, like what I did last year. I miss having my journals all bound by the first of the month. And then I can work in them. What happens is I'm so busy, I don't, like here it is the 28th today, and my art journal cover is under here, still waiting to be finished. And I could probably finish it in an afternoon, but it's December. But I have been doing plenty of pages for my December art journal. I'm not worried about having pages to put in it. I just need to get the cover done. I'll probably be working on it in January. That's the way I roll. That's the way it goes. I kind of like to, you know, and I'm putting a pretty wide border on here, about a 1/2 inch. You could take a paintbrush and just do a really thin, and even you could take a sheet of paper and put there and just, you know, maybe 1/4 of an inch, and just run your paint down the edge of the paper and let the sheet of paper pick up the, you know, mask it off. And you could have some pretty borders. But this is good. This is good enough for me. I kind of like this. I like it because it's kind of distressed, and yet that metallic blue reminds me so much of January. This is exactly what I wanted for January pages. And just think, next Tuesday, well, actually next Wednesday morning, we're going to start a new decade in the 21st century. Is it the 21st century? A new decade in the, oh my gosh, the 1900s is the 20th century, and the 2020s is the 21st century. Thank you, Mary, for figuring that one out. A new decade. That's what I wanted to say. 2020 starts a new decade. What's the next 10 years going to bring? Where was I 10 years ago? At the turn of the century. I'll tell you where I was. I was in some hotel room. I was working a contract position, and I think I was out in Denver then. And I was doing work for a company called about.com, and the stock was sky high. And they had, when they did their IPO, they gave each one of us, they called us guides. There were 600 of us, and they each gave each one of us a certain amount of stock. Well, at the turn of the century, that stock went sky high, and I waited till 11:30 on the December 31st of 1999, and I cashed in my stock. And boy, am I glad I did, because the next month it was super low again. And I'm going, yep, that was the right thing to do. And I'll bet you some of the executives did the same thing. You know that stock that goes out of sight like that, unless it's a really stable company with a really good product, you know that something like the year 2K and all of that is not going to last. Trying to figure out how to cash in on that stock. I got it done. I'm surprised I figured it out in half an hour. Well, one more after this one. This is my last one, but I have to tear a new one to replace that experiment one that I did. And then I'll be done with this part of the journal process here. It's kind of fun in a way. I can sit here and just jabber away, tell you guys everything about my life. Oh. No, not everything, but the best parts. You guys probably know the best parts of my life. It's the bad parts that I'm not telling you. The ugly parts. I don't have any ugly parts, just everybody has trouble in their life that they have to deal with. You have to learn how to handle it. And I keep saying that they say that you're down here on earth till you learn all your lessons. And going, have I learned my lessons yet? I sure hope I learn them all. I don't want to have to be here forever. I'll have to repeat them. That's the thing. I'll tell you, there's a lesson I need to learn, and that's cleaning up my mess here behind me. I'd like to be able just to get up and shut the door, but it used to have pocket doors, I think, on that doorway. They used to have French doors. This was the den. I'm sitting in what was the living room's off to my right, and then off to its right is the dining room, and then off to the dining room is the kitchen. But I think this little room had, there went my phone again, just blinked black and back on again. And I haven't even been touching it. There's something going on out there. I don't think it's, you know, it isn't like I picked it up, and I think there's just something weird going on. Starting a new decade. I want to work on my jam journal, the 25 Days of Christmas Jam Journal. I have every good intention of finishing that up, but I have to do these other things which are more priority. And the thing it is with the jam journal, my original thought on those is you don't spend more than 15 minutes on a page. So I might start doing really quick things in there. What I've been doing is doing little paintings on each page, little illustrations. And that's really kind of taking my time on when I do work on that journal. What takes the most of my time is when I start trying to paint out the page. Where am I going to put that? Right there. I need one more page that I need to tear out of my book here. This is what I'm using, and it's 7x10 mixed media, Canson mixed media. And the pages are perforated, which I really like. And you can just kind of tear them out. And what I'm saying is when I use up all this paper, I'm going to have all these little ends. And I'm thinking that I can take both magazine pages and glue them in here and have me a little magazine pages. Oh, put that right in the paint. No, missed it. A little art journal of magazine pages that I didn't want to fussy cut. Too nice to fussy cut. Okay, I have to fold this in half and deco it. And this is my last page. This is my last page. Yay! I'm getting hungry. I'm getting tired of having cornflakes in the morning, though. I eat them because they're fast and easy. I think we're having some bad weather out there. I haven't had a chance to check on it. This might be a good day to do some baking. A cherry pie. I've got a can of cherries that I want to use up. That isn't going to be for breakfast, but oh, I got to dry it. I tend to want to turn it over. You see, I can sit and do this while I'm listening to Tanya. Or even Lisa on Monday night, if it comes to that. I'd like to get them done. I'd like to get these journals done this weekend. And I can sit and carve while I'm listening to Lisa. Oh, there goes my phone again. I'm wondering if that isn't the weather. I mean, it went totally black and popped back on. The lights didn't blink or anything, though. You would have thought that the weather would have, but I am using the heat gun. But I'm not pointing the heat gun at the phone. And it does the same thing. I'd be worried about it if I knew that it didn't do the same thing out in the other room, I would say maybe I'm using too much juice, but it happens when I'm sitting in the other room too. All right. Oops. Well, we're just going to leave it like that. A little down in there. All righty. Let's dry this off. It's only a little left to sit. But I'm coming up into my last leg here. I'm getting kind of tired. I've been going almost 12 hours. I started at 7:30. I started streaming at 7:30 last night. Alrighty, so let me get my dictionary again here, and I'll spread the rest of that blue paint on my dictionary. It's right behind me. Oh. Should I just spread it on here? Put some blue on here. Let's put some blue in here. Use it up. And just because I need this one to match. Just a dab on. There we go. And then I'll come back in with a stencil or something. Maybe white or... I need to quit doing back-to-back pages because I use it for collage. I have to make a choice. And I thought I stopped doing that. Evidently, I didn't on that one. All right. So, let me set this aside. Let me look at chat with my blue hands. I'm surprised I haven't lost sound as many times as I've been fooling with this phone camera cord here. Get some of that metallic off of my hands. It isn't going to get it all off, but it'll get the top layer off. Yeah. All right. We're going to quit washing my hands in front of you. I just didn't want to touch my phone with them all painty. Let's put my phone cord back up here. All righty. Let's put my metallic paint away. My color shift paint away. And I'm going to have to find a place for that charcoal paint. Still pretty yucky. And I'm buffering. I'm buffering like crazy. Let's fix all the buffers. Clear that out. Close this. Get rid of that. Open the YouTube up again. This gets to get old. Starts to get old. There I am. Teresa says she sleeps when we're not watching. I do sleep. I'm going to take a nap this morning. You know, here's the thing. I sleep when I'm tired, Sally. I really do. I sleep when I'm tired. And I'll have periods like now where I can go and go and go and go. And then I'll have periods where I just need my downtime. I need my downtime. Don't bother me. But those are the times too where if I don't stream for 2 or 3 days, I miss you guys. So yeah, I sleep. I sleep when I'm tired. Mary, you gonna be on for a while? If so, I'll make a pot of coffee. Let's see, she said that about 5 minutes ago. No, I'm getting ready to sign off. I've done my jam journal. I started to carve a stamp for. I finished cleaning up Cheryl's stamp. It's ready to go. But I started carving Rhonda's little bear, and I carved his eye out. So I just played with that stamp, and we made. Where's my leaf? Where's my leaf? We made little fun stamps like this. Lisa Conway was in the room, and I was remarking about how she and Tanya made little flower petals. So I made a flower petal out of this, and then I got to playing with the leaf, and then I got to playing with the scrap that was cut out of. So I kind of did that, and then I worked on my art journal cover. This is about all I got done. This is that little bit of carving, but this took me a bit to do all the painting. Now this bird is fairly large, I know that, but this is my journal, and when I do the other two, I'm going to make this bird a. But I sketched him out and painted him, and I sketched this one out and painted it. And then I had to figure out what I wanted to do in the background. Let's set my phone down. If you can see here, I've got that Tim Holtz mixed media paper on there. Some pen nibs here. These are pen nibs, writing instruments. There are some typewriter keys up in here and in here. Over here is a part of a ledger sheet, and this says Birdie Darling. I don't know why they said that. And over here is some text writing. And, of course, these two birds over here on the wraparound came off of the Tim Holtz tissue paper. So this is my January jam journal. I think I'm going to put the word 20 or the letters 2020 on here. I might just letters that are large that I can put on there. I don't think I'm going to draw them out. I know I'm not going to draw them out now. And then after I did that, I just worked on these. What did I do? I worked on these pages. It takes a while to do all of this. It takes a while. So these pages, I'll just take a couple here because I want to lay these out flat or sticking to each other. Let's do a signature. These pages will be bound in this journal. I probably could. No, I'm gonna leave it there. There'll be a little here, but that's okay. That'll leave room for growing in there. I'll have plenty of room if I want to put 3-dimensional objects in here. And I've already cut off 2 inches here. That's what this is. That's what that is. So that's what I did tonight, mostly is work on this silly journal and clean up the stamps. Of course, I was playing with that leaf stamp. We were playing with all of that. And I had to sign off. I had to sign off to let the first video process because I was going since 7:30, and I had trouble getting back in. It took me about a half an hour to get back in. So I lost a little time there. But here's the cover for my January jam journal. I'm really happy with it. I'm really, really happy. Maybe I will. I might still could do it. I'm not going to do that right now because I'm tired. But and then the signatures go in here. I'm really liking these signatures. So now I got 2 more to do of these. It won't take me long. It won't take me long. So where else are we on this chat here? What am I talking about here? The cardinal is beautiful. Thank you, Mina. Thank you very much. It was Janet who got me started on these cardinals. But they work perfect on this journal. And what I really like about this is you can still see my wood. You can still see where I did that smash technique. Shannon Green smash technique. You can kind of see my snowflakes peeking through. I'm not really concerned. You can see the little snowballs, and you can see the boards. And then I have little collage text pieces in there. Thank you, Suzanne. Rhonda says, thank you, Mary. I stayed up all night with you working away. I hope I didn't keep you up all night, Rhonda. You need to go get some sleep, too. Mary, go get you a fig Newton. I ate all my fig Newtons. All I have left are Libby. I kept getting so I can't talk. I just have some little Debbie bars. And boy, those things have the calories in them. Oh my goodness. 310 calories for those little cookie bars. I mean, there are two of them in a package, but that's pretty high calorie and they're all sugar and chocolate. They're wafer, and then they're chocolate covered wafer. That's all they are. They don't fill you up. They don't fill you up. I have to have something to stick to my tummy, like oatmeal or something, or even loaded cornflakes. But you love pocket doors. I do too, Anne. And I think we've got, this room has an arch in it. Well, the other one I think is square. So I think the other one had the French doors off of the living room into the dining room. I think had French doors. And this one has an arch. So I think, I don't think this one had pocket doors either, because you wouldn't have pocket doors with an arched doorway. But I know one of them had French doors, and I love French doors in a house. I love French doors. Is Big Brother watching? No, he's still in bed. He usually gets up around 6:30, 7 o'clock, depending. There's no Price is Right today. It's Saturday, so he sleeps a little later. But he gets up, and you'll hear him get up in the morning and go open the front door and get the paper. He likes to read the paper and work. He works the crossword puzzle. He does a good job of it. He can sleep for hours and hours and hours. I can't sleep that many hours in a row. When I'm tired, I fall asleep and I get a decent night's sleep. But man, sleep 10 or 12 hours a night every night. I don't know. There goes my phone blinking again here. Oh, and now it buffered a little. You've been dozing off and on? If I'm talking and working in here, I'm fine until I shut everything down. Then I shut down. What is this about it? Michelle says, I bought a book on Egyptian mythology. The other book I had is The Scrolls of Anu, star name, copies of his preparation for the afterlife. Yeah, didn't they believe back then that didn't they take a servant or something with them, or one of their children, or I can't remember how that went. I was watching a video about it when they went into the afterlife. So the Egyptians, some of them had that belief that when they went into the afterlife, if they took somebody with them, they wouldn't be going alone or something like that. I can't remember the whole story. You fell asleep last night, Mina says. Michelle says, my topic is Egypt, and I have a book to learn hieroglyphics that I've been putting off for too long. How cool is that? That is cool. Anne says she's going to research the origins of written communication. Oh, that's cool. See, now I got that Latin book, Anne, and I know that you teach basic Latin, don't you? Or you have. You can substitute teach it. I saw that in chat. And I was at Goodwill and I saw this book of kind of like beginning Latin. And I'm going, well, I don't want to learn Latin. I just kind of want to learn about words and where our words come from and just a little about it. So I might be going through that and I'm thinking I could work that into my art journaling. So you might be seeing me do something like that. Probably had the pictorial first with the cave paintings and everything. Michelle says she needs to research more on her topic. Yeah, I'm thinking calligraphy for January. Teresa says, my hands used to be a bit more stable, but now it looks like I practice shaking the ink on my page, which really isn't totally bad. You look at some of those old manuscripts and yeah, there's some written in beautiful cursive handwriting, but there are some that are pretty shaky handwriting too. So, but I want to practice. There's a YouTube artist, his name, I haven't watched him for a while, Pierre Gustafson, and he'll do like the letter A and he'll start it like that, and then he'll come along and he'll do that scribble at the end of it, to the tail part of it. And I'd love to learn how to do that and do it nice. Wow. Yeah. Wow. I was laughing at her grocery order. Okay, well, I'm getting kind of tired. You've seen everything I've done here. I'm just going to take these and put them, cut this again. No, I don't want to stick them out. I'll just leave it like that. You'll see it. You've seen it. This is going to be my thumbnail, I guess. So, but that probably won't happen later today. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off. Who invented embalming the body? Well, I want to say the Egyptians, but that might be wrong. I'm too tired to think about it. Gonna have to look it up. You're gonna have to look it up. You're like the kitties catnapping. Well, I'll probably get a good sleep in. I'm gonna go lay down. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. Hudson Sailor Nancy. Thank you. Yeah, the Egyptians. Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking, but sometimes I say that and I put my foot right in my mouth where I have to chew on it for a while. So, okay, you guys have a really great weekend. I think I know Aunt Beck is running back and forth trying to get things into storage, and they're working on their house, so she probably won't be on till Wednesday as far as streaming. And Beth Schiller will be on tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern time, and Sharon Marlowe. I think Sharon's planning on coming on this afternoon around 4. But I can't guarantee it because I don't know what her thinking is. She came on at 4 last week and she was thinking 4 to 6 or just a couple hours. Beth Schuler comes on and then she'll bop off. Then Tanya will stream on Sunday and I'll stream on Monday morning for sure. So I'm going to say goodbye. Have a great weekend. Take care of yourself. And if you're in any bad weather, I think we're getting some winter weather out there. Just be careful out there. It's not worth risking your life. There's too much art to do. Okay, I'm going to turn it off, but it does take a few minutes for it to turn off. So if you don't see my screen pop off, you know that it's still thinking about it. Bye, everybody.